Morning. All right, so let me just make sure this is going on YouTube. All right, so there we go. All right. Sorry, I posted the wrong time last night, I guess, before I went to bed. I've left a bunch of links down below of some things I find interesting. In reference to this EMO, I wanted to play the video of Dustin and Rodier dancing around May 1st, 2020. That's kind of an interesting one. There's a few people in that video I recognize too. There's one staff sergeant in there. I want to know who she is. I'm pretty sure I recognize her from somewhere, but she's kind of giving the winky wink. You guys seen that video? All right, who we have in here? Blue Nose. Reach around. Oh dear. Good morning, oh dear. Has anybody been checking out oh dear's videos? Please do. All right. Better get that link in there. You know what? There. This is what we'll do. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. I don't know what this. There we go. Okay. Now. Oh dear. That was everybody's weekend. 467. What's going on here? There's a problem. This is oh dear's channel. Please go over and check out hard work. Pardon me. She's been putting together videos all this time, right? Of course, and archiving all kinds of material for everybody. And I haven't had a chance to finish viewing. So much shit, man. Anyway, but please go and check it out. There's been the last two videos to do with the timeline. What do I want to run through here? I want to hide that. You can go away. All right, now webcast is not begin broadcasting. It's ticking away. Okay, that's good. All right, so who do we have? We got oh dear, Christine and Julia, Linda McDonald. Hello, Linda. Good to see you. Becca. Thank you for the reminder. Sadly, I had gone to sleep, I believe. Mark. It was April, I do believe, for the video of her. May 1st. We can play that. We can play it. I don't think we'll get through the whole thing. But yes, you're right. Very quick. Mental health. Wonder what's going on there. Bird. Yes. I recognize this lady from somewhere. Anyway, sometime I'm going to figure it out. As soon as I saw her, I'm like, whoa. But you see, this is part of the PR campaign, right? You know, it comes under the guise of mental health. Oh, my Lord, really? May 1st, 2020, you've got, well, I don't know. There we go. Standing on the left there, saluting away, telling everybody how safe you are, right? Okay. I left an article in there from CBC. You know, the inference is that the alert was being used or going to be used, email. I'm not so sure about that one. You know, if you read through the actual documents, because obviously, I think this may have come with the, you know, do not disclose package. You know, they all signed it at the beginning, right? All the press, even though the article was written back in April 2021. Oops, pardon me. Here you can see that the call was placed to advise, prepare to use alert ready. Call from Glen Mason indicating it would be used, but told to contact Dustine. Oh, okay. All right. And then we go fast forward. 11:29. Okay, so now the all the goo is done, right? What is this here? Go away. Okay, call Inspector Rodier from office. Use of possible alert ready, right? Use of it maybe. Well, no answer. Okay, so this is after the fact. I don't think it was ever the stuff was ready to go. To be honest with you, I think that's just a bunch of stuff that's created afterwards. Second call at RCMP, and you can kind of tell by the notes. No answer again. 11:31 RCMP planning coordinator Glen Mason told to advise RCMP Inspector Dustin and Rodier not answering. Was informed that the suspect was in custody. Oh, okay, maybe it's just short getting through. Call with Paul Mason to provide new update that the suspect is in custody. 11:32. Advise Jason Mew of incident update. Jason Mew is actually an important character. 11:34. Updated deputy on discussion with RCMP to utilize. Please, you know, we're still waiting over here. Should we or should we not? I don't think they got the fucking email, to be honest with you. During the call, I was advised that the suspect was apprehended. Okay, that's now we're in, what are we talking? 10 minutes? 10 minutes, supposedly 11 minutes after, 9 minutes after this all happened. Okay, moving forward again, 11:41. Okay, now we're 16 minutes in. Contacted RCMP Dustin and Rodier to confirm that the suspect was apprehended. Oh, now she answers the phone. You know, after the big stop stuff goes down, now the alert can, well, we don't really need it anymore. But that the suspect is apprehended. Well, I think she'd know if he was dead. Wouldn't you? Okay. Keep going with that one. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I want to go through, but I don't have time. So where am I here? Better make sure I've got that window lined up. Right, here we go. Because I think I've got about, why is it not got the little timer on it? That's bothering me. All right, let's finish out here with some more good mornings we've got. I don't like to miss people. Sad. Charlene's in here. Good morning. Good morning, Charlene. Pioneer. NS44. Good morning. Christiana. Oh, our official timekeeper. Julia's in here. Great. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Blue Nose, for the. Please just share. That's the really important thing. Share on the tweeters. Share on the video. Share the video link. That's all. the like stuff, whatever. It's irrelevant. Irrelevant. It's the more eyes. We need more eyes. See, now I've got 4. Maybe by the time that this is all done reading documents, I'll have 24 because I'll keep wearing glasses, new glasses. Okay, Chris Lee, Alita Strickland, good morning. Nikki, glad to see Pinio's statement this morning. I missed that. I'll have to perhaps you can send me that on the tweeters. Glow Watch. There's another video of Dustin and Rodier I'm going to have to dig up. I think it's to do with Glenn Byron a long time ago. Very interesting video. Of course, the award. The award, very important. Seawood, purely raw. Cringe factor. Yes, that's a terrible video. Very poorly timed. NPF and their, well, it's the PR machine, the war machine that I spoke of right at the beginning, right, of all this nonsense. Back in well, it's not nonsense. Back in 2020, I said the war room, and we're going to go through a little bit of what all that involves because it's quite deep, the PR that was going on. Jamie, good morning. Good morning. We've got Todd in here. Dustine is great. Oh, yeah. Well, you know, Dustine is Dustine. There are players, though, that are floating around in the background that are also very important. Becca, New Brunswick, Annie, good morning. Good morning. Isn't it the blonde that Angela? Oh, yeah. Is that? She's looking a little thinner. It could be her. You're right. I recognize her, right? Staff Sergeant. Did she get promoted? I think she was only a sergeant. If that's her. If that's her. Truth and all. Truth and all. Good morning. Good morning. Kelly, good morning. MCC in Truro for 2 weeks. Is there any protests being planned? Anybody going to be wearing some placards? I'd like to see some placards out there for Tara because the MCC does not formally recognize Tara as family. They kind of do and they kind of don't. Nobody ever has definitively said, this is what has been upsetting, by the way. Definitively said on paper, who is Tara? It's disgusting. Try thinking about if it was your family. I'll tell you, it makes me very angry. Very angry. Alex, it wouldn't matter if it was somebody I knew or didn't know. You don't tell somebody that I'm not, they're not related. Are you out of your mind? Leather even said he was going to try and get in touch with members of the press conference. Could not find her for some reason. Well, seemed like they could. I don't know. Reviewing the statements, she was around. Just chose not to for the emergency alert part. That's all. Because, big stop had to happen. Then she's around. Don't worry. Because she's around in the statements. She was at home, I think, for a little bit, though. Donna, Paul, it's a Sunday morning. Paul, good morning, brother Paul. Nosy Scotian. It is. It's disgusting. There's no other family member in the story, and that's because I would maintain it's because Tara was pissed right from the start, right? So there was videos popping out right away. We were doing videos over here, I believe, when this first right happened. I think she made a video where she was quite upset. But that's to be understood. So, I mean, it would be really proper to officially put her down on paper as family. Would it not? On paper, legally, officially, so that there could be a case. Do you follow why I'm upset about it? More court cases, more answers. That's why they don't want it. Nova Scotia citizen, good morning. No, well, she's the closest living blood relative, so it doesn't matter. That's the point. That's the point. I think Tara every morning, Emily Gazebo, all family members, all equal. That's the point. All of them. I can confirm alert ready system is garbage. Why is this? We're 5 minutes in. Am I wrong? This hoo-ha kangaroo nonsense should be going. Am I correct? Click to unmute. Okay, well, that's good. We got that. Hopefully it doesn't have me set up on the French. I don't know what the hell that was about. Okay, well, it says English, so we're all good to go, right? So hopefully there'll be some placards. Let's see, I'd like to see family lawyers at 10 walk out when they start playing the video testimony fairy tale starts. I don't want this thing being shut down. That's just my opinion. Because if it's shut down, I will tell you, you're not going to see shit again. But, we need to study on this. We need to think about it for a little while. And it will drift into the Orwellian hole of public consciousness. And this is why it's such a problem. Because every time that they have to keep issuing those documents. And the documents is what's important. It's the testimony that's important. We still get some. Even though people don't ask questions. Blacklisted from the get-go. Yeah, absolutely. That's all going to come. That will all come to light with time. Receipts. Patterson Law not attending. Interesting strategic move. %, right, Tara? Okay. Yeah, no warning Saturday storm in Ontario. So I don't know, maybe they're just doing the walkout thing, getting ready for it. I don't know what's going on over here. Late by 5 minutes. Okay, great. Thank you, Julia. Julia, our official timekeeper. You got to have the referees in there. Bowling pin master. No warning. I heard about this storm last night. Yeah, Todd sent me a message. I didn't even know. Gosh, terrible. Terrible shooting also down in Texas. A lot of this stuff, though, is, very complicated, but loss of life is there are many things going in behind the scenes. But loss of life, any loss of life is abhorrent. They are not attending. Can anyone see this? Please tell me. I can see it. I can see it. People can see it on the screen. I don't know if it's in the chat. I'm sorry, I didn't see. Okay. Let's see here. They are fucking with your channel. Censorship is deep. Is there something going on that I'm new today? Something fun and exciting? Are they in my phone today? Yes, of course. I like my phone. My phone, sometimes the screen flashes and it opens up on its own, starts going to different things. I was on a call. 3 calls I got disconnected the other night. That's nice. And the call recorder or recorder opened up on its own. Whatever. The person, somebody who helps out deep in the background was like, I think things have changed. They've got a new shift on in the background because there's a lot of clicking, which was happening before. She thinks it's a secret sign. Maybe that they're very pissed. Letting people know. Kendall, good morning. Patterson said they would not be attending for a couple days, restricted to fact due to the finding that their clients don't want to be a part of it. Okay. Clients don't want to be a part of it. Okay. It's even hard to undergo even if it's hard to undergo, you'd hope law enforcement would respect the public enough to explain the events. Well, if the thing is that you can't really, yes, it's a public show to not show, right? To put it officially in the minutes, in the record of the actual GU over here, the MCC GU, as in say, I can't ask questions. What's going on here? Mike, back to you over in the commission, where they answer what's going on. This is important because in the media or any kind of thing that you do outside of the GU, nobody knows. Nobody knows. So you have to get it on the record. You see, that's why they have that expression, on the record. It's legal. And then you can seek recourse in the future. Potentially. Hello, Ms. Fox. Okay, we had clicks when we talked. Oh, yes, there's always clickings. Clickings. I like clickings and phone calls disconnected. That's quite regular. Or my shit getting erased. That's pretty awesome. I have no idea what must happen over on some of you guys' computers. Oh, dear's computer. I wonder if I have access to everything. Get out of here. Sent you a Panios post. Okay. Hoofbeats? What? Oh, shite. Why is it not? Okay. There we go. I don't know what happened there. It was running. Thank goodness. Whew. Kelly. Good morning, Kelly. Good morning. Great for you to be here. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for everybody joining us. Please ask your friends to come and join. Terrible. You still have clicks on your phone calls. Anybody who's being involved in this in any way, shape, or form, yeah, you're under extra scrutiny, which is above and beyond the regular scrutiny. Isn't that right, Todd? 33 million phones? All of the Celebrate data basically being dumped. GPS, all of your friends, metadata gathered from close contacts, points, or the tech goo. Linda's still, sorry, clicking. Usually I play tiddly sticks when I'm tasked to listen to it.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Oh, there we go. We're going to turn it on now. Thank you.
Hello and welcome. Bonjour et bienvenue. It's a pleasure to be here in Truro with you all this morning. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. As we do every day, please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken or were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Through our proceedings and ongoing independent investigations, we continue to make progress exploring what happened as well as how and why it happened. Last week, we presented 2 more foundational documents that look into the actions of the RCMP Emergency Response Team, also referred to as ERT, and RCMP Operational Communications and Command Decisions during the mass casualty. We also heard from 5 more RCMP members who provided us with further context and insights into police operations during the mass casualty, including internal communications, communications with the public, and ERT's movements across the province. To date, the Commission has shared 18 foundational documents and over 1,400 source materials with the public, which are available on our website. We continue to learn new information by hearing from witnesses and roundtable members. Since proceedings began, we have heard from 26 witnesses, including multiple RCMP members who responded on April 18th and 19th, and we will continue to hear from more civilian and police witnesses in the coming weeks. This is in addition to the more than 215 witnesses we have interviewed as part of our independent investigation. To date, we have publicly started to explore some of the broader issues that may have contributed to the mass casualty, including the use of emergency alerting systems, access to police paraphernalia, and firearms. Looking ahead in coming weeks, we'll be exploring issues including the role of gender-based and intimate partner violence and prior interactions and relationships of the perpetrator with the police and social services. This work helps us understand issues directly connected to the mass casualty and will ultimately help inform our findings and recommendations in our final report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch. Yesterday, we released our decision regarding Rule 43 accommodation requests. The full decision is posted on the Commission's website. Just a reminder that the purpose of accommodations is to enable from witnesses who have a bona fide wellness concerns or privacy issues, while still ensuring we gather important information. This may include a witness taking additional breaks during testimony, a support person accompanying them, submitting a sworn affidavit, participating in a witness panel, or providing testimony virtually by video. Anyone who is subpoenaed to appear as a witness, including civilians and first responders, can apply for accommodation. These requests are not automatically granted. We as commissioners decide if accommodations are needed and to what extent the requests will be accommodated. When accommodation requests are granted, there are some important things for the public to know. First, we will not allow accommodations that prevent the Commission from gathering necessary information. Accommodations are designed to help the Commission in the public interest gather and hear critical information. Accommodations are not designed to get in the way of that. Second, participant counsel will continue to have opportunity to ask questions of witnesses unless there is a compelling reason to take a different approach. We want to make sure that all important questions related to our mandate are asked and answered. And third, all witness testimony heard by the Commission will be shared with the public. We recently received accommodation requests on behalf of 6 witnesses. 1 request was not granted and 2 requests to appear as part of a panel. In that case, we decided we would grant that request, having received no objection from participants. Since witness accommodation requests involve sensitive personal information, we will not be sharing specific private information about the requests. The remaining 3 requests were decided upon after considering submissions from participants. Staff Sergeant Al Carroll will be heard from tomorrow, May 26th, by way of Zoom, a platform on which we have heard from others in our proceedings to date. Similar to the process followed by for the previous 20+ witnesses, he will be asked questions by Commission counsel and participant counsel. Looking ahead, Sergeant Andy O'Brien and Staff Sergeant Brian Rahill will be heard from as individual witnesses, also by way of Zoom. In attendance for these sessions will be us, the commissioners, along with commission counsel, interested participants and their counsel, and accredited media. These sessions will be recorded and shared with the public on the Commission's website. This format will allow us to get the best evidence by giving us the flexibility to provide ample breaks and the availability of supports. As we noted in our March 9th decision, being trauma-informed does not mean not hearing from a person. It does mean thinking carefully about how we hear from that person. A trauma-informed approach does not excuse someone from testifying, but rather seeks to create conditions that will ensure the ability to provide the best evidence. While Commission Counsel will be asking all the questions of these two witnesses, once again, the questions will be developed in consultation with participant counsel via submissions and caucus discussions. Like us, Commission Counsel are independent and impartial as they carry out their work in our inquisitorial, non-adversarial process. You can read our full decision regarding Rule 43 accommodations requests on our website. And today, this morning, we will hear from Staff Sergeant Bruce Briers, who served as the RCMP risk manager during the mass casualty. And therefore, I would now ask Commission Counsel, Ms. Anna Mancini, to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. As you indicated, Chief Commissioner, I propose calling Staff Sergeant Bruce Briers to the stand this morning, please. Thank you, sir. And I just ask if you could remain standing just briefly. Madam Registrar, Staff Sergeant Briers has indicated a preference to be sworn. I wonder if you could undertake that process.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated, please.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant Briers. Just for the record, your last name is spelled B-R-I-E-R-S?
Correct.
All right, thank you very much. Staff Sergeant Briers, I'm going to start our discussion this morning just with a few questions of introduction with yourself, specifically in relation to your background with the RCMP. So I understand that you joined the RCMP in 1990?
Correct.
Okay. And you were at that time stationed in Newfoundland and Labrador?
Yes, yeah, Twillingate, Newfoundland, the first post.
Newfoundland for the first post?
Yep.
And I take it you were engaged in policing quite isolated areas throughout that region?
Yeah, so Twillingate's it was a limited duration post. It's a rural area of Newfoundland in the central part. So.
Okay, all right. And you were then transferred to Whitecourt, Alberta in 1997?
Yeah, so I worked in Twillingate, then Hopedale, then Nain on the north coast of Labrador. Then in 1997, I transferred from Nain out to Whitecourt, Alberta.
Okay. And that was a continuation of frontline general duty policing work?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And you then returned to Southern Labrador in 2000?
Yeah, in 2000, I moved back to actually Northern Labrador, Nain, Labrador.
Okay.
And then in 2002, I transferred. I got promoted to Southern Labrador, Cartwright. Both limited. Nain is considered an isolated post. Cartwright, it was isolated, but they do have a road in when we moved there. So.
Okay, all right. And then I take it in 2004, you were transferred to Halifax?
Yeah, so in 2004, I transferred back as corporal to Halifax Integrated Major Crime, the sexual assault unit.
All right. So that was part of the integrated role with Halifax Regional Police?
Correct.
Okay. And you were specifically focused in the sexual assault investigation team, you indicated?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And I understand while you were there in 2005, you were promoted to sergeant?
Yes, within the unit, yeah. It's a safe.
And then in 2009, you became a polygraph operator for H Division, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And did that involve traveling most of the province, or was it particularly isolated to the Halifax region?
No, so for that position, I traveled all through Nova Scotia. We also covered PEI and then Nunavut. So we traveled there as well.
Okay. And then in 2016, you became the operations non-commissioned officer in Chester, Nova Scotia?
Yes, yeah, Lunenburg County.
Okay. And then in fall of 2017, you were promoted to staff sergeant and made a risk manager at the OCC?
Correct.
Okay. And you held that position until May of 2021?
Yeah, till last year.
Okay. And I understand you performed that role on April 19th, 2020?
Correct.
Okay. And then May of 2021, you became the NCO in charge of the interview assistance team for H Division.
Correct.
Okay. And that's where you're currently based?
Yes, I work at a headquarters in Dartmouth.
In Dartmouth, okay. And I understand that as part of your training that you engaged with the RCMP, you partook in the critical incident response course?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. I'm wondering if you can tell us a little bit about what that course entails.
I believe that was 2016. So it was a 5-day course that's put on by the Canadian Police College, but it was run in Halifax, or it was run in Dartmouth. We did it out of our headquarters building. And from my memory of that course, it allowed you to identify critical incidents, whether an active shooter, a non-active shooter, or a disaster situation, and then set up, take control and/or command of those situations until, if necessary, it switched over to a critical incident commander. And that would be setting up perimeters, setting up safe zones for ambulances, interior, exterior perimeters. Could be bringing extra resources, supervising the resources that you had to whatever that critical incident was, whatever the need was.
Okay. So you said this was 2016. Do you know, was the course developed somewhat in response to the incident in Kodiak, the Moncton incident with?
I wouldn't know if it was created in response to that, but it was done after that.
Yeah, no, certainly. And can you, I take it that this course, it's somewhat distinct from the incident commander course. Is that correct?
I would say so. I don't have the critical incident commander course, so I don't know exactly what that entails.
Sure.
This is a 5-day course. I believe that's a lot longer than that, or longer than I actually can't say a lot longer.
Okay.
But it's different. It's a different course. This is the kind of the initial response for supervisors in order to oversee something until, if necessary. So not all incidents go to a critical incident commander situation. So
Got you.
it could
So
be an armed robbery that you're overseeing and people got away, and you may just be overseeing that in relation to what the situation is, if it was that, or a non-active situation where there's a hostage in a house and it may be resolved before a critical incident commander comes on scene. So.
okay, so it's a 5-day course. The critical incident response course is essentially a 5-day course about those initial response to a critical incident, but it's distinct from being a incident commander. Have I got that right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. And can you tell me, was this course a prerequisite or a requirement for you to take on the role of risk manager?
I can't say for sure if it was or not. I had the course before I got that job, but I can't say for sure if it was or not.
Okay. Okay, well, perhaps at this stage then I'll move Staff Sergeant Briers to talking about that role of risk manager. Are you aware of any specific courses or training that you had to undertake in order to get that position or occupy that position?
In order to do the position and to use it, you have to be trained on kids. So I did have some training, like hands-on training, not a formal course or anything like that,
Okay,
with a previous risk manager that I was replacing. So
okay,
I sat with him a couple of days and went through kids. So that's the understanding how the computer dispatch system works in relation to that. So.
okay, all right. Any other training that you recall being specific to that role of risk manager?
The only thing I can really say is your background experience. So your service, your time, you're working in many different spots, having a broad range of training, as well as file load, like major case management in relation to understanding major files, homicides, sexual assaults. It would be more so for, in my opinion, background and experience from working on your cases over the years. So
Okay.
gives you kind of understand the policy, procedures, and
Certainly. Well, maybe I'll take a step back then and ask about a general understanding of the role of risk manager at the OCC. What is the job? What does it entail?
so the role of the risk manager at the OCC, in my opinion, is in relation to supervising and overseeing frontline officers in the course of their duties. Now, it's more labor intensive, I guess, when there's no supervisors on, but I still could play a role in supervision even if there are supervisors, and because it's not one area, it's the whole province, except for Halifax, of course, and Cape Breton Regional, where those police agencies take care of it, and the other municipal police forces. But wherever the RCMP is within the province, you act as a supervisor when there's no supervisors around. You oversee whatever's happening in relation to any type of incident. It could be a domestic call that the members are going, so that you keep paying attention to those. There may even be a supervisor working, but if you know about the file and you're looking at it, then you may offer further direction, supervision, even if there are supervisors working. But normally it's for after or areas that there's no supervisor working at the time. So it could be managing critical incidents like an armed and barricaded at a house. It could be an armed robbery that you're coordinating, bringing other resources in from neighboring detachment areas. So if an armed robbery happened in Colchester's area and the suspect was believed of beyond the foot somewhere, I may bring in members from Enfield or Cumberland or Pictou County and move them in to bring extra resources in here to help them find that individual or to supplement the need for the short period of time that they're involved in something. So you have and you coordinate. If frontline members needed a police dog, we can arrange we do the calls on that to get it. If they need a ground search and rescue activated, we will find an incident commander for ground search and rescue, and then we'll start the process in place for getting the ground search and rescue teams activated and moved. If they needed a helicopter, then we can arrange to get a helicopter. We can get approvals if it's ground search and rescue. We'd try to go through our RCMP aircraft first, and then if not, then we'll move over to DNR and see if they can assist in announcing. So it's supervisor and a facilitator, I guess, would be the easiest way to describe it, that you're able to help people that are on the work and if they need something, whether it be in advice, whether it be in extra resources, whether it be in support in some way, policy advice, it's kind of works in that, or as an incident commander in certain situations until an incident commander is on scene, like a detachment incident commander. So there's times where I'll use an example. If it's 2 o'clock in the morning, there's an incident that happens, a fish dispute down in Yarmouth or wherever, and there's maybe no supervisors working in Matag and Yarmouth or Barrington. I call out the extra supervisor, update them on what's necessary for that file, and then they assume control over that. And then I facilitate if they need extra things, if they need more resources, more people, whether it be in dog, ident, bomb disposal, whatever, then we can facilitate that getting moved along, whatever is needed, so.
Okay, so yeah, I understand there's a component of supervising, a component of facilitating additional resources. So I understand the risk manager role or position is carried out physically at the OCC center, that's correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so walk me through when you arrive on your shift, how is it that you are brought up to speed, if you will, on various situations, and how is it that you're alerted to an incident that you need to engage in while you're acting as risk manager?
So it all depends on the number of people working that day. Normally, and I'll use this as an example, Staff Sergeant Rehill would have been working night shift, on myself day shift. So there's usually a bit of overlap there when you show up. So if I'm working, I'll use 7 p.m. as the example. I get there a bit early, see if there's anything that needs to be passed on to me from the other risk manager. If they're gone, then I'll, in all likelihood, have an email from them or a text message or a phone call saying, here's what the situation, there's nothing on the go today, or here's what you need to pay attention to. When I get to the office, sign in, check it with the supervisor for the OCC dispatchers and check to see if there's anything else that I might have missed or that I need to know about. Sign on to onto the computer system, get my email open, or just get everything organized for what I need in front of me. And then start reading files. If I'm the first one on the daytime, I'll start back until the last risk manager went off shift, and I'll move forward, reviewing files. One of the other things we have to do is, so at the end of each day, whatever time you finish in the next, let's say if you finish at 7 a.m. before you leave, there's a risk manager report that goes out to the officers and supervisors of the detachment areas, just as what happened, kind of like a general report of incidents, more serious incidents like domestic assault, missing people, sexual assaults, anything that may garner sudden deaths, anything that may garner media attention. And then we put that out, so there's a bit of an awareness for the supervisor, so they should be looking at those files the next day when they come in, and then the management understands what's happened overnight.
Okay.
So that's why I go back and look through the files. I'm looking for something that might be of note that I have to bring to somebody's attention, or may have to follow up with a member that's working or a supervisor that's on in an area. So if it's a weekend, there's a lot of areas that don't have staff sergeants or sergeants. Most have corporals on, not necessarily all. So I'll go back and look to see who's working in the different areas. So, and I'll use Colchester as an example. I'll see how many are working in Colchester County. If there's a supervisor on, if there's a supervisor identified, then I'll look at Cumberland County, Pictou. I'll go through the different districts just to see what numbers are working for the shift that's ahead, what supervisor's on, who's working in those areas. Because when you know people, you have a bit more comfort level with regards to whether I have to pay attention to this area because there's nobody on working, or I may have to not worry about certain areas because I know who's working. And so that would happen. And then I just get up to speed with where the files are and what I need to look at. How things come to my attention. So the dispatchers are set up, how the position was down here in Truro when we were in Truro. I'll use that as an example because that's what we're talking about. So the call takers are on one side of the building with a hallway, and the dispatchers are on the other side of the building. And the risk manager sits in the corner of that side with the dispatchers. So you can, depending on how loud they're talking, you can hear the call take, but the call take is where the incoming calls come in, whether 911, fire, somebody calling for the police, and then they decide where it's going to go to. They disseminate the files over to the dispatch side, and each dispatcher has a zone that they deal with. So I don't, and I'll speak in myself, but it's probably for most risk managers, I can't say for all. I don't listen to every call that comes in because there's, I don't know how many radio channels, but there's a lot of radio channels. And if I have all mine turned up, then it's interfering for the dispatchers hearing what they need to hear. So if I read a file and I think I got to pay attention to it, I can pick up my headset, put it on, and turn on that channel that I'm looking for. If it's Colchester, I can turn on Colchester and listen to what's happening real time. If I'm not looking for a specific file, I'm just there, I rely on the dispatchers in order to tell me what I need to pay attention to, because they're listening to all the channels in their own zones.
Okay, all
And
right.
so they're more switched on with regards to what's happened in that area. And then they'll say, if there's something in Inverness I need to pay attention to, they'll say, Bruce, listen, maybe I want to listen to Inverness. I think there may be a high-speed pursuit. And then I'll turn on that channel, see who's the person involved. I'll find that member on the board, find that member on the map, look for speeds, and then assess what's going on. Then I can engage with that member on the radio channel because I'm on that. I know what's happening in that. So does that
Yeah,
answer
no,
your question?
certainly. And I am going to circle back to a couple of things. You indicated reading files or reviewing files. And without getting too technical, I suppose, is that what you're accessing through the KIDS system?
Yeah, so in the system, when a complaint comes in, and if I'm repeating myself, I don't know what you people have already heard, but when a complaint comes in for police assistance, it's taken by the call taker, put to the dispatcher. They create a CAD event. I'm not very good with acronyms. I got way too many things in the head here right now, so I'm not going to be able to tell you all these mean. So they create a CAD event, and within that CAD event is where the members are dispatched. And if I'm looking at a file, I can enter notes into that CAD event real time. If I'm given direction, normally that's how my notes would go onto a file. It wouldn't be on this back end. So once the member is taken away from that file, they say, can you send that to me and clear me from that complaint? They send that CAD event over to pros, which is how we do our main action on our files. And then but I can't enter anything on the CAD event once it goes to pros. So we'll put our notes right into the CAD event saying, I talked to Constable Jane Doe, and I asked her to do this. I'll make a note within that file, hit enter, and it stamps it onto it puts it into that event. And so the member could go back and the police officer could go back in and read what I told them to do. Or if you wanted to access that afterwards, you could get that through the back end of pros as well. So.
Okay, and so you're able, when you arrive, to look at the CAD log and understand the notes that have come in with respect to a complaint or a 911 call?
Correct, yeah,
Okay.
and they normally go back 24 hours. So once 24 hours passes, so it's 10:13 now, well, 9 o'clock yesterday, all those events are off the system. They get taken off. They're switched over to Pro. So I can't go back and enter anything on a CAD event, even if the file's still open, be at 9 o'clock yesterday morning, because it doesn't show up on my event. I'd have to go into Pros in order to put notes on that file.
Okay, so after 24 hours, it switches over to the Pro system.
Yeah, just wipes it off. It just only holds 24 hours.
Okay, all right. Something else you mentioned, you were talking about going through the districts and identifying which supervisors are on in a different district, and you referred to looking at the board. And I'm wondering if you can tell me what that means, or who's on the board, what that terminology refers to.
So if the police officer has MWS, the mobile workstation in their car,
Sure. Yeah.
then they sign, and when they come on shift, they're supposed to sign in and identify themselves with their vehicle, their radio, cell number, and their own name. If there's one person in the car, if there's two people in a car, what equipment they have with them. So when they sign in, they show up on a list of on one of the screens, because there's usually 2 or 3 screens. One of the screens, or part of one of the screens, has the members, the vehicle that they're attached to, the radio that they have, the area that they're working in. And you can, with KIDS, you can organize your people in counties. So I don't know how you would do it any different. If you can do it by car number, if you're looking in sequential car number, you can move it that way as well. But I would normally organize the people that are working by district. And so I knew who was working in Lunenburg County. I knew who was working in East Hants or Enfields area, and they'd all be grouped together. So I could see the numbers that are there, the cars that they have, radios, phone number. If I need to call them on cell, I can get a hold of them that way. It's all supposed to be on the mapping system that's part of KIDS.
Okay.
So there'd be a screen that has the actual files that are dispatched. There'd be a screen that shows the people that are working in their vehicles and where they're working at. And then there'd be a map, and then your email or whatever else you had over onto the other side with how I normally set up my computers that were in front of me.
Okay. So that KIDS system also allows you to see the GPS locations of officers' vehicles if their MWS is on.
As long as they're signed on. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And is that KIDS system, is that unique to the risk manager's computer system, or is KIDS something that would be also available at, say, a detachment?
At detachment as well, yeah.
Okay.
Now, when I was in Lunenburg, I'll use as an example, the DAs, the district there, that worked in there, she had access. I mean, I could have got taught on how to do it, but I didn't, that wasn't part of my role to understand that. It probably would have been a nice idea to understand how it works. I did see it, so they can access it at detachments.
Okay, but you're saying your familiarity with KIDS came with your role as risk manager?
When I moved over to risk manager.
Okay, all right.
You needed it. Yeah, you couldn't do the job without understanding it. So.
Certainly. So I understand you're able to review CAD logs and information that's come in. Do you have an ability to monitor 911 calls that come in live?
No.
So risk manager isn't able to channel into a 911 call?
Not that I'm aware of,
Okay.
anyway. And when we were in Truro, I mean, you could probably, if depending on what the nature on our side, how loud the call taker was. I mean, there has been calls I've heard from my chair that they've been yelling at a person to calm down or whatever. So you can hear it part of the exchange, but I've never got into a 911 call.
Okay.
I don't know how to do it. If it's possible, I'm not aware of it. So
That's. So in terms of, you made some reference to mapping, you have maps on your computer. What type of mapping system do you find as a risk manager you're generally accessing?
for sure, the one that's attached to the MWS in order to see where the vehicles are at.
Yeah.
I also use Google Maps and Pictometry, use those very frequently.
Okay, you're familiar with pictometry?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and how do you find that functions in the system? Is it effective?
Yeah, very effective. Now, it has its limitations because it's some places it's no better than, if that, as good as Google Maps in some areas. So the more rural you get, the more difficult it is for pictometry to, the images aren't any better, may sometimes be less. But if you were in Truro here, and you wanted to take a look at this building from outside, it's very good. You can do measurements of the outside of the building because this the number of pictures that are available in pictometry are part of that mapping process. From my understanding of it, I was never formally taught on how to use pictometry. It was a learned action when in the risk manager role because it was user friendly and it was useful. Like if you had a missing person, and I can send images to a member either on their cell phone of the location of a lake, roads in and out. It was used all the time. I used it all the time as a risk manager. Probably the first year I didn't use as much as once I get familiar and comfortable with it, the more you're there, the more I turn to it. I probably always powered it up whenever I came on shift because it was something I almost regularly used, and was a bit, so if you needed it quickly, it was easier to have it go through the password sequence in order to get in it and just have it as a backdrop to one of the other monitors rather than have to try to pull it up. So it had certain areas it was really good, other areas it was no better if as good as Google Maps.
Okay, and you found you used the both systems interchangeably?
Yeah, you had to switch back and forth
Okay.
often.
Okay,
Often I'd search on Google Maps, and then if I had an address, if I could figure out an address I'm looking at, I may switch over to pictometry to see if the image is better that way or not, and use it. Ground search and rescue was really beneficial, or armed and barricaded in houses. It was very good because you could see where people were. You could, on an armed and barricade, you could actually plot people on that pictometry where you put members, where you put police officers if you wanted to, and you had time to do that. So.
Okay, so pictometry has an interactive function?
Correct.
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
You can put type on that. You can screenshot it and send it out via. So a lot of times the problem with MWS is if I send it to your MWS, it's fine if you stay in your car, but if you're out on foot or you're going somewhere, then I have to send it to your cell phone. So it gets a bit more problematic because if you have 10 members, I got to send 10 texts with the picture attached, or one text if I get all the numbers in there. So it depends how much time I have in order to disseminate information. So, but that often would be done where I'd send out images via cell phones because you can get it that way as well. And they have it then, and everybody has a working cell phone, whether it's their personal one or their work one on.
Right,
The
okay.
frontline members anyway.
Okay, all right. You spoke a little bit about the risk manager role of facilitating resources to a situation, and one of those that you referenced was air services. You have experience calling out air services to critical incidents?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Many times over the last, over that 3.5, almost 4 years I was there. So.
Okay, and in your experience, were air services through the RCMP, through J Division, usually available, or can you comment on that?
I'd only be guessing, and so it'd be, I don't know if it'd be fair to guess. Were there times I did get them? Yes. Were there times I couldn't get them? Yes. Okay. The number of times, I couldn't even tell you how many times I've actually utilized them. So if I went back and someone checked it, and you probably could figure it out, but I don't know. I'd really be guessing in order to give you that number.
No, that's.
But there was times both ways that they came right away if they were available, and there's times that I had to look for alternative sources, whether DNR, if depending on the situation, whether it be drones. Sometimes we've reverted to that as well. Or no service at all. Depends on what the situation was.
Okay, so you had some experience in learning that there was no air services available through RCMP and sort of going about with contingency plans that you learned over the course of your time as a risk manager?
Yeah, whatever the situation was and what the contingency plans could be. I mean, there's certain situations that you didn't have any contingency plans. I didn't go thinking I'm going to get the helicopter or a plane every time I called there. Sometimes we had a schedule and we had a schedule sent to us, so we had a general idea. I can't remember towards the end of my time there last year if the schedule was out as much or if I used it as much. So it was you called, you made because you needed to make that phone call first if you thought you needed, and if they were available, then they'd come over. No problem. If they weren't either in the area or they were down because of maintenance or time hours, and then they weren't available. So you had to with whatever you had. And so DNR may be the secondary option, depending if it was a ground search and rescue, was never an issue because DNR, as long as they weren't involved with fires or whatever, because they weren't always available either. I can't say I went from one and then the other one was 100% available because each situation is different. And those people have other commitments that take precedent as well. So, but when they were available, they always assisted.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to pick up on the other aspect, that's the facilitator side of risk manager that I was asking you about, but the supervisor side. You indicated that you're essentially the supervisor when there's an absence of supervision. At what point does the risk manager, and tell me if this question is not phrased properly, but at what point does the risk manager relinquish the supervisory role of a critical incident?
When there's an incident commander on site.
Okay. Okay.
Or someone on, I mean, it doesn't have to be a staff sergeant or inspector. It could be a corporal that's highly trained, very comfortable with being an incident, and has trained in incident command, that with the incident commander on site. It doesn't necessarily be by rank. The corporal could be overseeing an incident, where a sergeant or a staff sergeant's there, and they may have more experience, I guess, in that particular role. Wouldn't be the normal case, but it could happen that way as well. So,
Okay.
but as soon as an incident commander's on site, then I'd switch back to facilitating and assisting with whatever they need, whether it be information being passed on, or whether it be in resources, whatever, helicopter, dog, BERT, whatever that was necessary from that.
Okay.
Did that answer that question?
Yeah, I think where I want to go is sort of this concept of, so in general terms, in a critical incident, I imagine as the risk manager, one of the first steps is contacting the supervisors of the members that are involved in the critical incident, correct?
Depends on the incident.
Sure.
So, and like I've had armed and barricaded, firearms being discharged, that I haven't had time to contact the supervisor. It's certainly high up in the list. It depends on what the safety level is at the time, and the luxury of being able to do that. So it would be very close to the top, but it's not necessarily the first thing, because again, depending on the situation, I may need somebody else to be there, a dog to be moving, a police dog to be moving, other members coming in that take precedent over worrying about get incident commander on scene. So each situation would be different, but certainly they would be, once I kind of got the safety aspect done, then a supervisor from that area, if you got them, if you can get them, if they're available, that would be my next, would be high up in the list, not necessarily the first thing.
Okay.
Does
Okay.
that?
Yes. No. That's helpful. So
Okay.
at some stage, if you're able to make contact with a supervisor, a detachment supervisor, or a district supervisor, and that supervisor becomes engaged in the incident, at what I'm trying to understand the fluid nature of a supervisor arriving on scene and engaging in the critical incident, and what the risk manager's role is when a supervisor has attended the scene.
So once an incident commander, an on-site supervisor, incident commander, whatever that is, whether if it's a critical incident commander, in this particular situation, once they're on scene, then they take over, and then we facilitate. If it's a armed robbery, hostage taken, whatever, then as soon as we get a supervisor on scene that's an incident commander, they take over the command and control over that, in how I see this. And then from that, then we go back to assisting, facilitating, moving the other parts around, getting things in place that supervisor needs. They may not even ask for it. I may be thinking ahead of them in relation to something that's happening. Use an example. The example would be the incident that happened in Bridgewater last 2 summers ago, I guess now, where the person was stabbed, a police officer, and then the next day the police dog was stabbed by the suspect. We also had a missing person lady from Kentville's area, in the rural area there. So I had a ground search and rescue situation going on with that, but I'm still monitoring the Bridgewater, Lunenburg County incident. So the supervisor on scene, a staff sergeant and a sergeant, are running that show at that stage, because there isn't a critical incident commander on scene yet. There's one coming, but they're running that show. I know who they are, and they need something, I'll help them. But I also got to bring in a helicopter in order to look for this missing lady involved in the missing person incident. So in the course of that, the situation changed. The officer's dog got stabbed, and then he fled into the woods. So then we have to I diverted the helicopter from the missing person individual with ground search and rescue still activated, bringing another police dog into the ground search and rescue incident, but move the helicopter over to the other other one. They may have been thinking to get a helicopter. They didn't know there was a helicopter coming to the missing person incident until I said, listen, there's a helicopter that's available if you need that in your area. And so they took it. So so you're moving parts around and you're moving people around and things in order to try to make their job a little easier or take some burden off them for trying to think too many steps ahead that way. So.
Sure, and that's, you said something interesting there to me, which is in that incident, you have sergeants and staff sergeants who are sort of taking over the scene, despite the fact that an incident commander has not arrived on scene yet. And I guess my question is, in that situation, who's the ad hoc incident commander? Who's in charge? Is it the risk manager, or is it those sergeants and staff sergeants who have attended the scene?
It's them.
It would be them.
Whoever that would be, whether it be the sergeant or the staff sergeant, it'd be those NCOs for that district.
Okay. So in your view, it would be possible for a risk manager to step back from that ad hoc incident commander role once there's appropriate supervision at the scene, even if that's not the incident commander proper.
Correct.
Okay.
If they needed extra advice or if they needed something, if I thought I saw something that was a problem, I'd make a phone call to them and say, listen, I may not go over the radio, I may call each of them individually, whoever the person was, I believe was running that show. And then I'd call and say, listen, I just see this. If you want, I can get some other resources in. You okay with that? So I'd offer advice in regards to things that because I know they don't know who's working necessarily in Queens County, Kentville, Barrington, Yarmouth. But if I think this is going to go on time, then it's better to start bringing resources in. But I wouldn't do that without clearing that through one of them beforehand, because yeah, I can see what it maybe needed, but doesn't necessarily mean that's what they want at that stage. So I just offer advice. If they wanted to take that advice, they would. If they didn't, then we'd wait until that changed, I guess. Because they're there. I'm in Truro and they're in Bridgewater, so I got to leave it for the people that know the area really well. Even though I worked in that county, but they know it, and they're there, and they can see what's unfolding. And they know who's working in their area. So
Okay.
I know who's working in the neighboring areas. So
Certainly. And so then your role becomes much more of that, as you said, facilitator role of recognizing where resources are and moving them about.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
In my opinion, anyway.
Okay. So perhaps what I'll do at this point is bring us to April 19th,
Sure.
specifically 2020. And I wonder, Madam Registrar, if we could pull up paragraph 368 of the Command Decisions Foundation document. Staff Sergeant Briers, the paragraph, if you're able to see it, is in front of you.
Yep.
There we go.
Yes,
And I'll ask you, sir, have you had a chance to review this document? We refer to it as the Command Decisions Foundational document.
Yes. Yeah. I
Okay.
have.
All right. So what I'm going to do is sort of orient some of my questions based on the paragraphs in the document.
Sure.
But I encourage you to elaborate on it, expand on it, and very importantly, correct it if it's incorrect. So the paragraph that I have here, 368, at approximately 6 a.m. on April 19th, 2020, Risk Manager Rayhill phoned Staff Sergeant Briers. Staff Sergeant Briers was en route to the OCC to take over the day shift risk manager duties at 7 a.m. Risk Manager Rayhill updated Staff Sergeant Briers on the situation and informed him that ERT was searching the Portapique area door to door for the perpetrator. While en route, Staff Sergeant Briers called the RCMP Halifax District Watch Commander, Sergeant Wayne Sutherland, and requested he check the Versadex database used by HRP and Halifax District RCMP for any information on the perpetrator and to forward any information to himself and Risk Manager Rayhill. Does that accord with your memory of how April 19th started for you?
Yes.
Okay. And this was the first you'd heard of an active shooter situation in Portapique area?
Yeah. I got in my truck and I was told received a phone call. That was the first I heard about it. So.
Okay. All right. I'm interested in this request you make of Sergeant Sutherland with respect to the Versadex. Can you explain the basis for making that request?
So the basis for it, so I have, I didn't know if Sergeant Sutherland was working that day. I just had the phone number for the on-duty watch commander. So the cell phone for the RCMP watch commander for Halifax. When he told me that the person, the subject of this inquiry was from the Halifax area, and I asked him, had he checked it? He said he hadn't gotten that information. Whatever the gist of what efforts they did to do that, I don't know. Where I worked in the integrated environment, I used Versadex, and I knew it'd just be nice to know what they had, if anything, on him on that system. So we have pros. The Halifax Regional Municipality operates under Versadex, similar but different database system for how they manage their files. And so I wanted to know if or what was there. So based on that, because Staff Sergeant Rodier didn't have that information, I thought, well, it'd be nice to know if there's something there that may bring some red flags. So I phoned the watch commander's phone. Sergeant Wayne Sutherland answered it. I supervised Wayne when I was in Lunenburg County, so I knew Wayne well. I asked him about if he could check it. He was already aware of this situation going on, the active shooter in Portapique. So I asked him about the subject, and he said that he would check him, and I asked him if he could send it down. So you can save the Versadex file in an Adobe document, and I knew that could be done, and it's easy to email. Rather than piecemeal copy it over into another Word document and send it to me, I asked him to do it in that format so that I could, when I arrived at the OCC, I could have a chance to read it if there was anything in it, and I knew that Rehill would have it probably before I even got there. Staff Sergeant Rehill got it before.
Okay, all right. So you are not able to access Versadex at the OCC?
No.
Okay.
I don't know if they can now, but it certainly couldn't up till May of 2021.
Okay, okay. And so you were familiar with this system as a result of your time where you were integrated with Halifax?
Correct.
Okay.
I used it when I worked in the sexual assault unit there.
Okay, all right. And do you recall at this time, as you're traveling into the OCC, if you had been advised with respect to any vehicles that to be on the lookout for that the perpetrator might be operating?
Yeah, there was 3 vehicles that Staff Sergeant Rehill told me to look out for. I think one was a Jeep Wrangler. I have to look at my notes. A Ford pickup truck, white in color, and a white Mercedes. So I should put it up there. I live in Halifax area, and so I commute for my shift. So where he was from, the Dartmouth area, they didn't. Well, Staff Rehill said that these vehicles aren't accounted for. Maybe keep an eye out for them on the way. And so I'm taking the highway down from Halifax, and still looking for that vehicle coming in the opposite. One of these vehicles that matches or similar to these descriptions, going in the other direction.
Okay. All right. And you arrived at the OCC around 7 or just prior to?
Just around 7 a.m.
Okay. All right. And at that point, you meet with Staff Sergeant Rehill?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And can you tell us about what that discussion entailed?
So he gave me a brief overview of what he had known from overnight, what he learned like up till the time that I arrived there. The number of people, I don't know if he knew the number of people that were killed at that stage, but certain houses that had been burned down, and that who was in charge there. Staff West, Staff Sergeant Halliday, Staff Sergeant Carroll were there, and Staff Sergeant Addie McCallum, I believe, was on scene. And still trying to figure out whether the subject was dead or whether he had gotten away from that location. And they were still searching, ERT was still searching for the suspect as well as the vehicles and trying to identify what they could. So.
Okay. And at that stage, were you able to review the CAD log and review the file as it had unfolded over the night?
I probably did to some degree. this was information overload, so I had to kind of catch up to where I needed to be and going through each CAD event because there was multiple calls on that. It wasn't just one CAD event, but I've definitely powered up because once one person signs off, you have to go through the rebooting the system back up and going in there. So then understood where the Portapic area was because I probably seen it, but I didn't know where Portapic was. You know, off the top of my head, I had to go find that and identify what cars are over there, where I believe that the command center was set up at, and then try to get through the material that I had to get through. So,
Okay.
so did I go through every CAD event on that? No, I wouldn't have done that at that time, but I would have looked back at the file just to see what was going on, because that would have happened a little bit after 10 p.m. So it was still accessible to go back and enter in. I don't believe I entered many notes into that CAD event because it is a little bit time consuming. You have to go back. You have to scroll back in order to find that event and then add to it. And then once you go out of that event, it kind of brings you back to the present time. So it's 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. I have to go back looking through the way the screens are. It's not a really bit, but when time is of the essence and you're trying to get up to speed on things. So I don't think I made many notes within the actual CAD event or CAD events, I should say. So.
Okay. Okay. And you were able to monitor the radio at that point in terms of what was happening in?
Yes, I would have had Colchester radio on at that stage. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And Madam Registrar, if I could bring up paragraph 421. So this is a paragraph, risk manager Briers overhears the ERT plate check. So the ERT team is searching in Portapic for vehicles, ERT plate check on the burnt Taurus at the perpetrator's cottage. He queried the license plate in the RCMP database. The owner of the vehicle came back as Berkshire Broman Enterprise. Risk manager Briers checked the company on the Justice Enterprise Information Network, GEN, database for other vehicles registered to it. Later in the hour, he sent the email to Staff Sergeants Carroll, McCallum, Halliday, and Surratt listing the GEN findings. So without being too technical, and I appreciate that you have worked us through different database systems, but can you tell me about GEN, or the Justice Enterprise Information Network?
So when you register your vehicles, they show up in relation to that, and they show up associated to the person and, or in this particular case, the company. I didn't actually run this on GEN. I'll correct that.
Okay.
It was actually, if my memory serves me right, it was the supervisor from the dispatch side that was adjacent to me. He had GEN open, so it's again one of those, you need a password to get in, and GEN isn't something I use all the time. So when we were listening to it, I say, can you run that on GEN's, because it didn't show up on CPIC, which is the other way to check on these things. So he checked it on GEN's, and then we started making note of all the different vehicles that came back in that GEN hit. So.
Okay. And that'd be Mr. Green?
Brian, I believe it's Brian Green that did that for me.
Okay.
So.
All right. And so is this sort of a routine type of check that's conducted at the OCC?
For sure, GEN, they run plates all the time through GEN just to see if there's anything that doesn't show up on CPIC or attached to pros or whatever. So.
Okay, and you may not be able to answer this for me, but is there a reason why information that's on CPIC might show up on GEN and not show up on the other system, or vice versa?
Probably, but I can't answer that.
Sure, okay, thank you. All right, I think I'll move on, and I want to talk about your first awareness that the perpetrator was operating a replica RCMP vehicle. And if I could, I'm actually going to play an audio of a telephone call that took place at 7:22 a.m. And Madam Register, that's comm number 0058368.
Hello. Hi, I've got, you're not Brian. No, Bruce. Bruce, I've got Halifax dispatch on the line. Sure. Okay. Go ahead.
How you doing, Staff Sergeant Briers, Risk Manager?
Hi, sorry, I'm going to speak to Supervisor Brian.
Yeah, he's gone for the day. I replaced him.
Okay.
Second.
Hi, I'm Laura. I'm working CPEG in the Halifax Center today.
Yes, Laura.
We just received information that the suspect is in an RCMP marked vehicle. Do you guys have that information?
No.
So apparently in 28 Bravo 11.
28 Bravo 11. Hold on a
Our
second.
suspect is in a full RCMP uniform in an RCMP vehicle.
28 Bravo 11. Let me see if I got that on my board.
That's what we're looking for. We're wondering if his radio is active, if he's been monitoring possibly the whole time.
So there is no 28 Bravo 11 on our board.
Okay.
Let's see if we got now. Let me run that. Hold on a second. What was that called? 1 second.
Sure.
Bruce Briers, risk manager. Hi, Wayne. Yeah, go. I'm just talking to see because I'm just talking to CPIC on the other channel there from Halifax to try to find if we have a 28 Bravo 11 that they're saying. You guys don't have that, do you? 28 Bravo. Let me just check it. So CPIC, I'm talking to Wayne Sutherland, the watch commander for.
I'll let you talk to Wayne now.
Okay, and I'll pass it on to him and you'll get a hold of you there. Let me just run that plate there or that vehicle.
All right, thanks, guys.
Okay.
I'll let you guys.
All right, thanks. Bye.
So you recall having that conversation with Ms. Bryan? Yeah. And
I
that,
didn't know her last name until I saw the command report there. So.
sure, yeah. But you do recall kind of the substance of the conversation?
For sure. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And this was obviously the first time you'd heard information regarding use of a police vehicle?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, all
I
right.
heard information earlier about like when I think when Staff Rehill went off about that he had several unmarked police cars that they thought were all accounted for, burned out there, like former police cars. First time I'd heard a fully marked police car.
Okay, and do you recall if Staff Sergeant Rahill advised you of that on your phone call or when you got to the OCC?
One or the other or both.
Sure.
He might have done it both
Okay.
times. So
Okay.
he would have known about that then, I'm assuming. So.
Okay. So Madam Registrar, would we be able to pull up paragraphs 427 to 429 of the foundation document? So 427, this essentially is the call that we just listened to. Approximately 7:22, Risk Manager Briers received a call from Laura Brine, the CPIC dispatcher at Halifax IES. She advised that Halifax IES had information that the perpetrator was in a fully marked RCMP police car with the call sign 28E11. While speaking with Laura Brine, and I think that's supposed to say Risk Manager Briers, would that make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Staff Rehill wouldn't have been there at that time.
I'll note that. Thank you. Received a call from Sergeant Sutherland, acting watch commander for Halifax District. RCMP, Risk Manager Briers explained that he was talking to CPIC and was trying to find out if the Halifax District RCMP had a police vehicle with the sign 28 Bravo 11. I'm wondering, Staff Sergeant Briers, what's your process in terms of undertaking, or what task are you undertaking in light of this information you've received?
So with that information I mentioned earlier about having the kid screen. So one of the monitors you'd have the line of vehicles or districts, vehicles aligned by district. Then you'd have vehicles aligned by, and then beside that would be the police car number, which would be identifier as 28 Bravo 11 in this particular case, the name of the person supposedly operating that car, if it was an MWS system in it, and then the cell number and all that. So I went into that system that should show what vehicles are on the board to see if we had a 28 Bravo 11 signed in, which would have meant they had an MWS in their system if they showed up there. So when I checked that, and stop me if I'm getting ahead of myself here, but I checked that there was no 28 Bravo 11 on that kid screen. So then with 28 Bravo 11, I can enter that into the kids program and see if that vehicle has what they call and I'll use the acronym, or the ANI is what we refer to it as. Again, I have no idea what that right now is what that means, but it's an identifier for that radio in order to, that's to that vehicle. So if that car had a radio that was put in by the RCMP, it would have an ANI attached to that. So if that radio came back, and it didn't, so I entered 28 Bravo 11, there was no Annie that showed up, no identifying radio number. If it had have had one, then at the risk manager desk, and the supervisor has, the OCC supervisor has the same, they can go in and disable that radio through that Annie. So I'll use an example. If a police car is going into the garage today to get service, the protocol is the member's supposed to call to dispatch, say, listen, my car's, I just dropped my car off for dispatch or for at the garage for work. Can you disable the radio? So that would come over to the risk manager if there's one there, a desk, and we'd enter that on another database, and we could turn that radio off. So if somebody wanted to steal that car or take that car on a joyride from there, yes, there'd be a radio in there, but you can't use it. It's only a piece of steel inside there with some electronics in it, unless I activate it or the risk manager activates it. So that's why I went looking for that. No car, no big deal, no Annie. Okay, so there's a bit of, it's probably not one of ours, but if it has 28 Bravo 11 on it, then it's an odd thing. Does that answer that?
Yes, yeah. And so your thought process on this is a concern, number one, of identifying if it is a legitimate RCMP police
Correct.
vehicle.
Yeah.
And second, you're engaging in a process of determining if there's access to a radio.
Yeah, because that makes a whole different situation if you had access to one of our radios and if you listen to all the communication that's going on that encrypted channel. So
Okay.
it would be a major problem if it was. And so that's why I asked Sergeant Sutherland if he might have had it on their board, because I don't know what their computers, it's associated to whatever the system is that sends it over to Versadex, IES or whatever their system is. But so I can't access what cars are in the Halifax area. I can only tell within the province, the ones in the province. So
Okay.
he would have to do that on his end to check to see if that car would be one of theirs or if there's a radio attached to that car, because they should be able to do the same thing that I can do. So
I see. Okay. All right. Thank you. I know that several moments later at 7:29, in response to the call that you had from Ms. Brine, you yourself make a call. And Madam Registrar, I wonder if we could pull up the call from 7:29. That's COM 0058369.
Hello. Hi, Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce, how's it going?
Listen, I just got a call from CBC Halifax and Wayne Sutherland from Halifax. But they just put a broadcast out that he's in a marked unit, one of our marked units, 28 Bravo 11, and to be on the lookout for in a uniform. Now, I ran 28 Bravo 11. We don't have a car like that, Al?
No.
I've asked Wayne to get that information where they came from, because I have no idea where that came from.
Okay, he has a police car that's actually a car at Taurus is decked out. Looks like the real Neil deal.
Okay, but that's burned out though. I just heard. Is it on the?
Yeah, that's burned out. That's burned out. Is what it sounds like. Yeah.
Okay, and that 28 Bravo 11, we don't have that car on our system, so.
No, 28 is Oxford, and they only have up to 4, up to 3.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to pass it on. So you have a marked, like a decked out unit at that site and it's burned out?
That's what Timmy Mills was calling, yeah.
Yeah, I thought I heard that, okay.
What it is.
Okay.
But he had 3 Taurus to begin with. He had another one that...
Yeah, well, we just ran him on agenda. He has 8 vehicles lined to him. I'm going to send that to you in a second once I get them all, so.
Nick Dorrington stopped him a couple of months ago, about 2 months ago, and he was driving a Ford Taurus that still had the markings on it.
Did you guys have a picture of him, Al?
Yes.
Okay, you have a picture, all right.
Yeah, we had his DL picture.
Okay, and I'll send you another picture, you, Halliday, and McCallum, just to see if it's maybe more recent. It must be from Facebook or something?
Could be, yeah.
Okay. All right, but I just wanted to confirm that because they're broadcasting that, and I said, Wayne, find out where that's from because I don't know of any vehicles. to that effect, so.
Yeah, not a problem at
All
all.
right, bud, thanks.
We'll talk at you.
Okay, bye.
You recall that
Sure.
phone call?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So my first question, and perhaps it's a little bit obvious, but why are you making the call? What's the purpose of this call, and why to Staff Sergeant Carroll?
So I knew that Staff Sergeant Carroll, or I believed from what I was told, that Staff Sergeant Carroll was at the Incident Command Center. And Staff Sergeant Carroll is the district commander for Colchester County. So Staff Sergeant West is in charge, but I can't call him with every piece of information because it's he, along like myself, at some point you can only take in so much information. And so I was going through someone that I knew what I told him or asked him he should be privy to because from that being there. And if he's not privy to, I wanted to make sure somebody at the command center knew what I was just told. It was a shock to me that there was a marked unit that we didn't own. I believed it had to have been stolen. I didn't know how anybody could get a marked unit on that day. And so I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something, or if they had some information in Halifax, that I wanted to make sure it got to the command center where Al Carroll was at, Staff Sergeant Carroll was at. Did that answer it? So he's in charge of Colchester County. So rather than call Staff Sergeant West with every piece of information, I'd go to someone that was with him and is someone that should get the information so they got to where it needed to go. So
Sure.
or I'd get an answer from him saying, yeah, confirming that they believe the car was burned. So I wasn't as worried originally by that then.
Okay. So is that a typical sort of in a critical incident generally, information that comes in, you wouldn't contact the incident commander directly? Case by case?
Well, case by case, and certainly the value, the amount of information coming in. Has there been times I've called the critical incident commander or they've called me directly for sure? But in this particular case, I didn't think that would be fair to do to someone there. But I knew what I would pass on. He should be privy to what's happening there because he's in the room. I'm not in the room, so I wanted to make sure that I was either giving them something that they needed to know or that I'd get something back saying, am I missing something on this? And when he said that, then I thought, okay, maybe they've got the vehicle there. But I wanted to make sure it went to where it needed to go. So case by case, I've done both, but it's making sure that information. So again, that facilitating, if I get information, it has to go to someone, have to make sure they get it and they either use it or don't use it. I can't fix that, but I can just make sure it gets to where it needs to go. Vice versa, and same to Halifax, that once they talk to Al Carroll, I would have had to get back to them in regards to that. So
Okay, and provide them an update.
same.
Okay, and did you have an awareness that at this time that you're making the phone call that Lisa Banfield was being interviewed?
I don't believe I knew that she'd been found or had been spoken to with this. I don't believe I did at that stage.
Okay.
There was I'll give you an example. So there's a work cell phone that I have. Then there's a risk manager cell phone that stays at the risk manager table. So when I come to work, I usually don't use my own phone. I usually stay with the risk manager cell phone because that's the one that the general members know. And it's attached to the person, because if they call my cell phone, I may be home tonight or today not working. So there's a continuity. So I had a work phone, work desk phone, and then a risk manager phone plus the radio. So there's a lot of information coming on. And it was one of the calls you played earlier where I'm talking to CPIC Laura Brine, and Wayne calls, and he's calling. My belief is he called me on a cell number, either my work cell number or the risk manager. I don't know which one, but it would have been. So there's multiple things happening. Those phones never stopped on that particular day. So
Certainly. Okay.
So I don't recall knowing that she was found by that stage. I don't believe I did.
Okay.
If you're changing topics, Ms. Mancini, it might not be a bad time for a morning break.
Certainly. Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to take a break.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant. We'll take a 15-minute break.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 15 minutes.
Oh boy. I think they just read I think they just read the transcript and it said Carol was talking about how Lisa was found. And he's like, oh, I don't think she was out of the, he just read it. Oh boy. Dirty Tricks Division, Dirty Tricks Division. Still looking for the car. An hour and 16 minutes. Okay. Of course, they've got all this tech. You know, this is the stuff. They just love to lose people in this stuff. Yeah, we have all these phones and they're bonging out and we can't find our ass with our, you know, two hands with spotlights on them. Believe us, of course. Don't you know? No. RCMP didn't want to disclose anything to do with the Facebook. I saw that come up there. My notes. I write my notes later, but I don't have any notes. I don't have them, but I wrote them afterwards. But I don't think I have any. Huh? Of course, these look very handwritten to you, don't you? I've seen this all over the place. The handwritten notes that are typed. MWS. Anybody who doesn't have an MWS signed on that day, yeah, fire them immediately. Can't do your job. Oops, sorry. It's called, not being able to do your job. Ineffective. Sorry. Let's see here. Bing. Your cell phones didn't bing out, bong out. Oh no, they have everything. They have every toy under the sun. Oh, but we can't use it. Oh. All these glorified titles and all this bullshit. And of course, you're right. Who is that asked? Who is that asked about the people higher up in the food chain that night on April 18th and 19th? I was going to talk a little bit about that later. Let's feature, I don't know. Let's bring up well, you've got I was always looking for who was in charge of Northeast Nova. Sorry, two people. Who was in charge of Colchester that night? Like, not Bible Hill, but Colchester. That's Dwayne Cooper. Are we going to see Dwayne Cooper? Or have I got his thing? Oh, I don't think actually he has a thing. Here we go. Dwayne Cooper, Colchester District Commander. Dwayne Cooper. See, here he is referenced here in the email. Never did understand this email because it's timed out to Zulu Bravo time. So this is Atlantic time. Not sure why it's saying divert multiple victims at 1 minute to 7. Not sure what that's all about. The other person that was in charge that night, Northeast Nova, so that would be Dwayne's boss, is Archie Thompson. We're going to see Archie. That's Dwayne's boss. Okay. Where's Archie at? Well, let's have a look at Archie. Oops. Here we go. Here's Archie. Retired, I think. I don't know. The thing is that Archie apparently has been a superintendent where? Oh, over in Newfoundland since 2017 to present. I don't know how that works if he's retired. Anyway, is he a fill-in? They didn't want to disclose. He hasn't been in that I can see over in Nova Scotia since when? Oh, 2014. So what about if we get Dwayne and Archie in there? They'd be good people to talk to, too. No? Have we got the timer on there, Julia? They hate this channel. They hate it. Okay. Still looking for the car, the real car, the next day. What was it? I don't want to interfere. This is the way that it is, says, is it Melanson? To his staff sergeant. Are you fucking out of your mind? This is the way that it is. Brown and Melanson with their handy interviews everywhere. Mm-hmm. Of course, because I don't know, what did I hear the other day? Some event that happened. Oh yeah, he's on administrative duties. Because that's the way that it goes. You don't get to go and do other things. Dirty tricks? Dirty tricks? Anybody? 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Archie. Yeah, Archie. Where's Archie and Dwayne? Where's Archie and Dwayne? You can be retired, still have a badge. Totes. Helpful. Not suspicious at all. Not suspicious at all. He's stationed in Newfoundland. Not suspicious at all that they buried Northeast Nova's records. Not suspicious at all. No, not suspicious at all. Toronto St. Pass, yeah. So many phones. Where's the celebrates on all that? Celebrate. You know. This one. You know, the RCMP like to use it all the time on everybody, including their own members. Where's all the audio and video notes of every single interview? Where are all the interviews? Lots of them are missing. All the RCMP ones, you know, of their own members the next day. Oh, we just have the MCC transcript. That's right. Of course. The phone, it doesn't work because it's under a leg. Right. How many times do you get slapped in the face and called stupid before you're like, excuse me? No. You have all the goo. Bergerman is retired, but not retired. Right. Where is she? Oh, we're officially announcing the retirement, but seems to be a void over there. I think she's still on the page, actually. Brian Brenner going upstairs to the ministers. Oh, the documents. They just keep getting better. This is why it's got to keep going. The more it goes, the worse it gets. Even though it's a kangaroo court. Plus, all these guys are on the record. Oh, I see major PTSD coming down the road. Major. Hearing a lot of rumblings from inside. Not very good. All across the country. Lots of members who are good members who are pretty pissed. Pretty pissed inside. Nope, Archie's retired. Yeah, LinkedIn overlooks problematic and experience in resumes because written person. Why is Archie in Northeast Nova? I'm pretty sure he's in charge of Northeast Nova. Don't hold me to it, but, well, I'm pretty sure he's in charge because he's so high up in the food chains on these emails that he's doing. Why would you have a guy doing Newfoundland? No. Can't get picture out of my head. Oh. Bergerman, I don't know what's going on with Bergerman. Fuck, I look back, you know, or sorry, Butcher. Bergerman. Look back, you know, I find those old videos. Wow. I always let things quietly. What was the one the other day? There's a lot of shit I kind of just insert slowly. And sometimes that's for certain people to hear, but other times it's for others to just put the breadcrumbs together, right? Was it September 2020? Back in 2020, I was talking about Butcher. I was like, it's the way that I speak. I should play it, because then you guys figure out how I communicate, because I don't communicate. I'm a bit cryptic sometimes in the way that I speak. But I said, oh, wouldn't it be funny if Butcher Disclosure was handling this case? After I showed that he was down there and married to Butcher. Or Bergerman. When was it? Another year before that comes out. Hitting every 11 minutes. 11 minutes. McDonald better speak today to the fact that lawyers are not here. That needs to be officially on the record. You don't run away and hide. I'm not trying to say that people are, but that's the way legally it's done. I want to raise this issue. There was one lawyer so far who has raised that. That would be the gun control lady, the boutique, the one that's in favor of getting gun control. She brought it up. She brought it up and she said, why is it that we can't ask questions? Why do you have to have, like, basically, I'm surmising, why do we have to have all these silly tables and things? You call it all kinds of different things, but if they're a witness, and we can ask questions. Oh, the Mass Casualty Commission didn't like that question. Well, the lawyers aren't there. They should be. And they should stand up and say, we can't ask questions. Why? And if they can't stand up, then why can't you stand up? Make an objection. But if this is not operating as a courtroom, which of course it's not, because it's the mass casualty omission, then when you do get a chance to speak, it should have been raised immediately. Now would be the time. The next time that you're standing at that podium, whoever lawyer it is, why is it we can't ask questions? And if they're having to pre-screen them, they should put that on the record. They should put it all on the record. And they should say, I'm an officer of the court. You aren't allowing me to operate as an officer of the court. You aren't allowing me to represent my clients. Why is that? Derp. Excuse me. Going away, and this is just my personal opinion, going away and not participating is what? Stand up and say that. This isn't being the court of public opinion, yes, is important. I want it permanently on the record in their transcripts. I want to hear Fitch and McDonald and Stanton officially answer as to what rulings they have made in the background, secret. I don't want people running away and hiding and saying, well, this is how we're voicing our objection. No, put it on the record. Lawyers know that. I know that. I really should have gone to law school. Brian Rehill is a peach. I don't know anything about that. Love the signs. NS44. Okay, so is there any signs going up for Tara? Because Tara has been pretty outspoken since the beginning. And any other family member that's not being officially recognized, because there is maybe some others. Don't seem to fall into the most affected. The most affected. It's not just gobbledygook for family members. Because you see, I'll explain why this is so important to me. Not just because Tara's my friend. And it doesn't matter if it was another family member, because like I said, I'm potentially saying something about other people here. The reason is because if they don't officially recognize Tara, right? And there is a record, by the way, which will come out somewhere. If you don't officially recognize her, then she can't pursue lawsuits against the RCMP. Do you see? Shitty tactic, but if people start crying out and saying, you know, all family members should be recognized here, then perhaps they can pursue lawsuits. And anybody who says, well, maybe you can't because of this or that, you know what? Again, I come from multi-generational law family. Judges, some decent lawyers. I was always taught one thing. There is no such thing as finality in law. A precedent is made to be broken and rewritten. If you're a great lawyer, you just sue and sue and sue. And frankly, Tara's got a pretty decent case. Oh, there needs to be a few signs. I would say, why is Tara being kept in a state of purgatory? Why do you not officially recognize her? Why is she not officially listed as a family member? Yeah. Adoption, no adoption, half-sister, doesn't matter. It's called blood. Closest living relative that I've been able to ascertain. Her dad may be alive. Sorry, Aaron's dad may be alive. May. But sadly, it doesn't look that way. He led a bit of a rough life. So that would leave Tara. And it's not a slight on anybody else, because I know that there's other people. Check the Discord. How long is the break now? I'm having a feeling. I know I ramble and ramble and ramble, but I have a feeling when things go. All right, the Discord. Let's see here. Mass casualty omission. Very nice. It's getting catchy, some things, eh? Some terms are catchy. 26 plus million. Oh, I think we're really low on that one, but that's what they like to tell us. 19 minutes, 40 seconds. Was it a 10-minute break again? They knew that from day one. Tara is not listed. Big problem. 100%. I would maintain. Absolutely. They knew two things probably right away. One, well, Tara asks questions. That's just Tara. There's a paper trail all over the place, all over the internet. Number two, Tara has friends that also ask questions. I'm one. That's a problem. So better get rid of those people. The minions, I think it was referred to somewhere. Why did Al Carroll let the RCMP officer work after drinking for several hours? I don't know that. I don't know anything about this, so you'll have to. Yes, way more than that's the garbage running in the background that's been spinning and infiltrating and doing stuff on the Facebooks and the Discords and the YouTubes and the wow. How many people are getting paid on this one? Was it call an inquiry? That's a pretty huge inquiry. I'm going to touch in some of these other areas because we're opening up all kinds of cans of whoop-ass. Going to go there. Let's see here. 23 lives. Deserves truth. Where is this at again? Recognize Tara. Tara's family. Absolutely. This is not because I'm, I will always support every single family member, every single one. I am kind of an odd character, but I'm fairly impartial. It's just the way I was raised. Tara is my friend, yes. But any family member who needs any help anytime, I will always be there. But Tara has been fucking livid since day one. Publicly. Right? Boy and Tara. Yeah, and her story one day will get written. Not sure what that says, sorry. RCMP have the musical ride, but too much being cowards to face the MCC music. No, well, they can do the what was that? Where were we? Do 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 on the 21st.
Today, gonna get a fly girl, gonna get some spank and drive off in a death OJ. Everybody go.
Okay, so if I'm watching, let me mute this here. I don't think then it plays. If I'm watching, Dustin and Rodier or these people, I'm not seeing the trauma here. Really, just sorry, not. And what is the date? Oh, yeah, May 1st. It's great PR, though. And then you get a bunch of them out there at the end here. Wow, look at them. Yeah, smile. Yes, it's Dustin and Rodier. The lady on the right here. The one on the left with the Stetson. There we go. She's got some moves. I'll tell you. Oh, they're back. Why is this?
Forward in time to about 10 to 8, 7:49 a.m. on April 19th. And I understand at that time a photograph of the replica cruiser was forwarded to your email at that stage. Does that sound correct?
Does, yes.
Okay, and that was forwarded to you by Sergeant Sutherland from the Halifax District RCMP?
Correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge or your recollection, this was the first time you saw that photograph of that replica cruiser?
It was the first time, yeah.
Okay. And I know shortly after that, about 5 minutes after that email, you then received a call from OCC Commander Glenn Byrne, who was at the command post. And Madam Registrar, I wonder if I could pull up, this is a call from 7:54 a.m. and the comm number is 58370.
Briers.
Hey, I have Glenn for you.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Is this Bruce? Hey, Bruce, this one. Yes, sir. Listen, so this suspect up here, which we still know where he is. Yeah. And we accounted for, I believe, all of his cars except for one. A fully marked PC. Yeah, I see a picture of it here. Yeah, fully marked PC, 2811 putting on the side of it. Yeah. We don't know where that's at, and the last he was seen was putting guns in the front seat of that vehicle. Okay, so I just sent you guys a message that they had information at 7:27 from Halifax CPIC that he was in a marked PC 28 Bravo 11 in a uniform. So they just sent me a picture of this. And I'll send it to you here in 2 seconds. So when it was in the garage. Looks like a garage. Yeah, that's the picture we got here. Might even be a new brand new one too. But anyway, it's the point. Marking 20 Bravo. We've got the lights, got the sound control, the whole 9 yards. So put that out to Halifax Station. Can you put that out to all mobile workstations and do a broadcast on that as well? Okay. I will. And we're going to let the culprit, we're going to send this back. I'm going to send this picture off to you guys as well, and I'll get that dispatched. Okay. Okay. Thanks. And you don't have that accounted for? That's not accounted for, no. All right. Everything else is accounted for that we believe. So. All right. Burn. Right. Okay. Thanks.
You recall having that phone conversation?
I recall talking to Glenn Byrne at that time. I didn't remember what the content of it was when I made my notes from that, but I do remember that phone call.
Okay, all right, fair enough. So it seems to me in the course of that call, you're under the impression that those at the command post have not yet received any photograph of the replica cruiser. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I didn't know if they had it or not. I wasn't aware that they had it at the command center. So that was why I said, do you have a copy of this? I'll send it to you. But they already had it. I didn't know that.
Okay, yeah, and that makes sense.
I don't know where they got it from. I'm not sure where they got it from.
Sure, okay. But you're essentially saying you're going to pass the photo on to those at the command post?
Yes.
Okay. My second question out of this conversation is with respect to Mr. Byrne's request for dissemination of the information. Can you elaborate on the task that you're undertaking there when you agreed to do that?
So originally we sent that out with a picture attached to police agencies, specifically for sure all the RCMP, NWSs and such, around 8:02 and around 8:07, I believe. So what he wants and what he's asked for is that to go out to all, picture of him, picture of the car, go out to all police agencies in the province. So that would be HRP, Truro PD, New Glasgow, all RCMP, any police agency, they had the same information. So that's what happened. With that picture, I cut that from what I had, added it to an email, and then sent it off to the dispatcher, and then asked her to send that out, because I wouldn't do that myself. It would be sent. So they send that as a BOLO, a CPIC message, and then here's what you have for for information in regards to that picture and such.
Okay, so when you're crafting the BOLO, is it the risk manager who's deciding on the wording or dispatcher?
It's the dispatcher. That
Dispatcher,
deals with it,
okay,
yeah.
all right.
They do them all the time, so they don't need any direction in regards to crafting it, so.
Okay. And do you recall specifically engaging with any other police agencies in the province?
Yeah, the other one I spoke to directly was in relation to Truro PD, Truro Police Service. I don't know whether I initiated the call or whether Corporal Cormier from Truro Police Services called and he was put through to me. I don't know how he got to me, whether I'd be shocked that I phoned them. I would have been too busy at that stage, but I believe he got put through to me for a phone call and we had a chat in regards. I told him about the car and pictures. I asked him to send me an email. So I knew when I sent him back the information, it was going to him and not off into Neverland. I wouldn't know if he got it or not.
Okay.
So he did what I asked him to do. He sent me an email and just as a test email, and I sent him back a picture of the subject as well as the car.
Okay, so you provided the photo electronically to
Via
Truro
email,
Police?
yeah.
Okay, all right.
Back to Corporal Cormier.
And aside from police agencies, is this information being disseminated anywhere else from the OCC?
So that went to DNR. I'll say it went from the J Division, the risk manager in J Division for dissemination to wherever he felt or she felt it was a guy that particular morning would send it. Anybody that was at the border, part of that security team that was as a result of COVID, got that information. Cobequid Pass would have got that information. DNR got that information, and every police agency in the province.
Okay. And
around 8:07 in the morning.
Around 8:07, okay. And is this dissemination of information through these methods, is this consistent with your role as a risk manager at this stage?
Depends on the situation. The dispatchers will do this all on their own at times, depending on what the situation is. If it's two neighboring spots, they may get a hold of the let's say it's Bridgewater, for example, and Lunenburg County and Bridgewater dealing. They may just call them directly and not even ask for direction on that. But in this particular case, it was asked to me, and then I pass it on to the dispatcher, and they then add the pictures that I send to them and put it up that way. The other thing that was happening in the same time frame, so if you don't have MWS, then you can't get that picture in your car. So his picture was also added to the pros file. So anybody that has access to pros could find that picture if you searched his name. And I believe we also, sometime early in the morning, would have added the picture of the vehicle on his pros profile in order so that you could find those things if you were just looking like on the file itself.
All right. And I understand you also broadcast information around this time to the members in the province?
Yeah, so the dispatcher put all the radio channels together. They combined all the different, say, Lunenburg, Colchester, Cumberland, Cape Breton, all of them. They put all the radio channels together. I just broadcast a.
Okay, so I'm going to move on.
For the members to put out their hard body armor. To put out their hard body armor. Good.
Okay. I am going to move on, and I'm going to ask you about another phone call later in that morning, around 9 a.m. And we've actually snipped the call. There's a middle portion it's fairly lengthy, and we've kind of removed the middle chunk of it. So I'm going to play the first portion of that call, and forgive my amateur splicing, but that's COM 58371.
Hello.
Hi, Al, it's Bruce again. Sorry. I don't, who else should I bother there? I'll try McCallum, but he wouldn't answer this time, so.
He's still gonna find his phone for the side.
Listen, I came from one of the members out in Enfield. I don't know whether there's any consideration about doing a media release about this vehicle potentially out in the go, so that.
Yeah, it's been discussed here, and I think that they're looking at it.
Okay.
I'll run it by later on, whatever I have, so I'll bring it.
Okay.
Okay, so we've paused the clip there. And again, it's a bit repetitive, but I'm wondering why it is that you're contacting Staff Sergeant Carroll with this particular information.
So in this particular case, I didn't know at the time that this request came from Constable Stevenson. So a dispatcher.
Take your time.
So a dispatcher mentioned it to me. So again, it's not my call on whether that goes out or not. So I bring it to people that need to make that call. My contact was Al Carroll. I commented in there that I didn't remember calling Staff Sergeant McCallum first, but I must have. Staff Sergeant Carroll answered, and I wanted to make sure that was passed on. It came to me, so I pass it on to the Critical Incident Command Center. This is like any intelligence or any suggestions, any questions. If I think it's something to look at, I bring it forward. And so it wasn't my call to make it, so I brought it forward.
Okay, so you're bringing a request forward, and it's, I take it, your evidence is it's not the risk manager's decision when it comes to media releases?
I can make them, yes, yeah.
Okay.
Depending on the situation.
Okay.
But I'm not in charge of the situation at that time.
Okay, so
So it's not my call because I don't necessarily know what's happening, what they know at the command center. So could I have made that? Yes, I could have made it. But in my opinion, on that day, and the way the situation is set up, it wouldn't be my call. There's lots of times I make decisions to put out media releases in relation to something. If there's a safety concern in relation to roads or, and there's no media person on, I have the authority to go into the media group email list, and I can send out a message to everybody on the media list, any reporter or any news system. So I can do that. Do I have the authority to do it? For sure, I could do it on certain situations, but it wasn't my call on this particular, at that time anyway, it wouldn't have been my call.
okay, and
In my opinion, I wouldn't have thought it was my call.
sure, and whose call did you perceive it to be?
All those calls should go through the Critical Incident Commander, Staff Sergeant Jeff West at that time.
Okay. Okay, and I'm going to play the second portion of that same phone call. It's still 58371, Madam Registrar.
Is there anybody I should bother there? Not bother you necessarily, Al, I don't need. So,
Andy will be coming on at 10 o'clock. And we're doing the transition of teams here. The whole command post will change.
okay. Now, is there anything you guys need for resources or anything that you want me to, I don't know where, he probably likely got out of that area by the sounds of it, so.
Yeah. Sounds like it's hard to say.
Yeah. But if there's anything we can do from here, or I can do about moving members around for you, you just let me know. There's.
Okay. So you indicate in this call the suggestion or possibility that the perpetrator's out of the area. What is it that at this stage is leading you to think that? Do you recall?
Only because they haven't accounted for them. That's and they've been searching that area since late on the 18th. I don't have any knowledge that he's out of that area at that stage. They haven't found him.
Okay.
So is he dead? He could be dead there somewhere and they just haven't found him or whatever. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know though for sure. It never came to be from anybody about that he was out of that area. Just they haven't found him. So, and they haven't found that vehicle.
Certainly. Okay. And we've already discussed this to a certain extent, but that portion of the discussion about moving around resources, that's again that facilitator risk manager role that you're attempting to execute there?
Yeah, so if they need resources, if they thought they needed people brought in, then I could start doing that. I'm looking at it as I don't want to make those calls in my opinion, and I would have been thinking at the time. I just can't bring people in because this is an event, this incident is going to last days now because I know there's a crime scenes, not just one crime scenes, and that is labor intensive for members for securing that after the fact. So if I just brought people in without thinking about what's going to happen tonight or that night, the next day, and days afterwards for resourcing based on the detachment needs, not just Colchester, but where we're going to bring these people from, these officers from in order to secure that and the work that still needs to be done with interviews and such. So I wouldn't necessarily bring them in until I sought some direction on that. I used the Bridgewater example before. Yeah, those guys are in charge, but I'll still say, okay, I have 6 people in Yarmouth. Do you want me to start moving some people your direction? Because it's going to take 2 hours to get from Yarmouth. So I'll try to be forward thinking and facilitate things that they may not have the time there to do. By that offer was, do you think I should bring some more people in now? And could I have done it without them? Yes, I guess I could, but I also need direction on that too, because I'm thinking as a major crime investigator, there's a lot of work that follows up from these incidents, and it's going to be labor intensive. So.
Okay, all right. Okay. Madam Registrar, if we could turn to paragraph, 508. So this is following that call, as discussed in the RCMP Public Communications Foundational document at 9:08. Staff Sergeant Carroll sent an email to Risk Manager Briers in relation to the media release inquiry made by Constable Stevenson about the perpetrator's fully marked replica RCMP cruiser. Staff Sergeant Carroll's email said that a decision had been made not to release the information about the perpetrator's replica RCMP cruiser to the media. It stated thought was given to give release about the vehicle, but decision was made not to. Risk Manager Briers replied back to Staff Sergeant Carroll 7 minutes later stating, very good, kind of figured they may not want to release. I'll ask you first, were you privy to any of the discussions that were had about a media release?
Not at the Incident Command Center, no.
Okay.
I only knew what was happening in the OCC. Like I wasn't privy to the calls or who that discussion was with. So.
Okay. And can you explain or expand on what you mean in your response of kind of figured they may not want to release?
That was my belief at the time, was that if we let out that there's a police car we're chasing, we're looking for, and there's a lot of police cars down that way, we may be chasing our tail for a bit of time. That was my concern by doing that. Is there positives to doing it? Yes, for sure. But there's lots of negatives, and it was a very busy spot at the OCC that particular morning. I've compared it since day one as like drinking from a fire hose, taking a sip from a fire hose for information coming in, because there's other things happening in that province at the same time. 911 still continues, all the other things still happen. And then if we had to go looking for a police car when there's a lot of marked police cars and you're only looking for 28 Bravo 11 on the side that I knew of at the time, as the differentiator from one good car to the one bad car. It's a tough one to do for people on the side of the road to pick that up. Hard for members to even do. So that was my kind of concern on it at the time. So that's what my comment referred to.
Okay. And had you expressed any of those concerns to those at the command post, or had you?
No.
No? Okay.
I passed on the information. There was a car that had this on it, and I passed on, are you going to look at doing it? If they had said, yes, we're going to do it, it would have been done. So.
Okay. All right. I wonder, Madam Registrar, if we can turn to paragraph 596. Thank you. So this indicates Risk Manager Briers notes for the period between 10:14 and 10:27 a.m. indicate that he was advised that the perpetrator was believed to be out of the area, and that Risk Manager Briers now had control of mobilizing additional resources and allocating members and patrol units to contain the perpetrator. Do you recall getting that task from Staff Sergeant Halliday?
I do. I think it was by phone. I think we spoke, I think.
Okay, by phone?
I
Okay.
think.
And what was your understanding of this particular task? Is it, and I guess what I'm wondering is the understanding that it's roadblocks, that it's checkpoints? Is it, what was your understanding at the time?
So my understanding at the time was that I needed to bring extra resources in. So bring more members in, police officers, from around other surrounding areas. So I had to do that, as well as trying to figure out where to set up roadblocks and checkpoints in order to try to contain it. And this is a very big area, so I knew I needed more people. That wasn't going to be done by just the people that were there. We had a lot in the area, but it's a very big geographic area with lots of roads to many different locations of this province, back roads, side roads, and so that was my thought, was I had to bring extra people in, get them on the move, and then try to coordinate the people that were there in the meantime to take over, to try to find them and or set roadblocks up. So.
Okay, and what was the strategy with respect to roadblocks? How were you able to coordinate those members that were in the area?
It was a multitasking to the nth degree, I'll say that, because it's first off, I had to make phone calls. I just can't get officers without directing, and the radios were busy, so I had to call supervisors in order to get in, say, Kings. I remember Lunenburg provided members, Pictou, Antigonish, and right down to Badek, Inverness County. So I had to make phone calls in order to do that, in order to get people moving, because that was important also, because there's a timeline. From Inverness or from Badek, you're talking a couple, 3 hours, even at decent speed, like, to get there. So I had to figure out that, as well as try to figure out where we were going to look at doing that. So.
Okay, so as I understand it, you're doing essentially two major tasks, one being bringing in additional resources from
Correct.
elsewhere. And as we've discussed, that's fairly consistent with a risk manager role. Is that fair?
Yes, yeah.
The second task about coordinating these roadblocks and staging the members, is that also something that's consistent with the risk manager role in your experience?
Have I done it? Yes, for sure. In regards to certain situations with major accidents, cordoning off areas in regards to that. It's labor intensive, because you have to really be thinking ahead. And when you're behind, the problem with this is that we were behind the 8 ball. And so you're trying to catch up to what an individual that knows what they're planning on doing, and we don't have a clue, and there's a lot of areas. So trying to figure out where to best station people in relation to where he was last seen in the DeBerg area, as opposed to and where he's going. Because is he going to Halifax, or is he going somewhere else outside of that area? And there's a lot of different routes from there. So it's not a simple task to set up roadblocks at the same time as you're doing the other both, but I tried it as best I could in regards to that. So
okay, and I guess I'm wondering about if you can comment on the efficacy of of the risk manager who's at the OCC at a separate location from the command post taking on this role when there's that physical distance or separation between the incident commander and the risk manager. Do you have any comment or thoughts on how that operated?
At the time, I had no comment on it.
Sure.
It was my task that I was given, and this was not a day to start figuring out what, what was the protocols and what was supposed to happen, or what should happen, or what may happen. So I can't. In hindsight, looking back, yeah, I'd probably look at it a little bit differently. I wish I had have started bringing people in at 9 o'clock and started getting the sections cordoned off when I knew that. Did I know that then? No.
Okay.
So it'd be tough for me to comment on something now because we've had 2+ years to think about all the different scenarios that could have unfolded from that, as opposed to this is what was given to me. And there wasn't a day to discuss options in regards to I moved the people around that I could do at the time.
Sure. And I appreciate not wanting to look back and sort of comment on with hindsight, but moving forward, have you thought, and you may not, but have you thought about a way that this road closure operation task could be undertaken? If there's ways that task can be rolled out in a better or more improved manner?
Well, I know what they've started doing since just before I left as a risk manager, is if there's an incident like this, where there's a critical incident command brought at the same time, we bring in a second risk manager to assist with moving that around. I'll even go back around 9 o'clock. My boss, Inspector Rodier, suggested bringing someone else in at the time. I didn't know what I didn't know then, and I always have regret about not doing that. But we do that now moving forward because there's too many other things happening at the same time, and will we ever have another one of these? Lord knows. Hopefully not. It was a terrible tragedy that doesn't happen in this country. But it's one of those things that now with an extra person, you can probably share some of that information. At one point, Staff Sergeant Ettinger did come in and help me with that. But there's logistic problems in trying to do that with two people working from the same workstation. So there's a better system now set up. Will it always work perfectly? Never. No.
Okay.
We got humans there.
So tell me a little bit about that. When Risk Manager Ettinger arrived sort of as a second risk manager on the scene?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and what were some of the practical problems that you guys encountered, and what were some of the benefits in having him there?
So I'll go back. So Staff Sergeant Ettinger he was a risk manager at one time, and then he left and went in charge of East Hants District. So he was the supervisor, the district commander for East Hants at the time. But he called and offered his services so at that stage it was really busy. Like, it was busy all morning, but it was really busy then, trying to get resources and figure out where to put people. So I said, yes, please do. So he lives in the area, so he dropped by within 10 or 15 minutes and then started assisting me. So the way the OCC in Truro was set up, I told you the call takes a one-size dispatches on this side. So we both had to work from the same desk. I say had to. He could have probably worked from another workstation, but it would have been a distance away. So again, you're not directly working with each other. There's a bit of, you either have to really pay attention to all the other commotion and listen to someone from another distance, or, and there's a disconnect because you're not beside each other. So we work beside each other, but again, there's one desk phone, and the desk phone has the headset into it, and the desk phone also is connected to the radio. So one of the problems we did encounter was when somebody brought a splitter open, so you could have two headsets plugged into the same phone. The difficulty with that is that, and we encountered, was that if two people are at the same workstation, if the phone rings and then you want to talk to someone at the same time, only one person, if somebody's on the phone, you can't talk on the radio at the same time, because you're on the same splitter. So there's a, I don't know which one takes precedent, but you can't go through it. Or you think you're talking on the radio and you're going over the phone because of the way the splitter worked. So that was one of the issues. And there was lots of phone calls being made and received at that stage. And then your other problem is that you're sharing the same workstation with regards to trying to figure out moving people around, looking for members that you want to bring in from other areas. And so it just gets complicated on the same workstation. With a new building and a new setup, you can work adjacent to each other or directly opposite each other so that you can still see the same material on your computer screen, but you're able to have a conversation as opposed to trying to yell or share the time to the radio. And that's what happened with regards to that. So at one point, I believe he took over the radio because and then I took over figuring where we're going to move people at and try to get ahead of where we needed to be on the mapping process with the cars that we had and cars that we knew were coming in from Halifax and or the surrounding area.
Okay.
Did that answer that question?
Yeah, thanks. I'll have just one final question for you, Staff Sergeant Briers, and that's, again, sort of a forward-looking question, which is your thoughts with respect to communications between command post and OCC, and whether there were difficulties on the 19th. We've heard some of the audio clips of phone calls, but whether you have thoughts as to if there were difficulties and how they could be improved.
Sure, there's always ways to improve them. The problem is if you can get too much information not everything I need to know as a risk manager at the dispatch center, and not everything I may find out I need to give to the critical incident commander. Is there ways to improve it? Probably. Ways to simply improve it, I don't know. I can't really speak of that off the top of my head. So in most situations, there's a sharing of information, but I don't necessarily need to know everything that's happened on every critical incident because it's being managed elsewhere. As the risk manager, we would normally come in and facilitate, move things around, assist whatever they needed on that side. That's how we see this job. That's how I've done it in all sorts of different situations. So do I need to know everything they know? Not necessarily, but I do need to know what certain things like that need to come out to me, especially if they need something. If it's all being managed within the confines of a small area, no big deal. But if it's starting to get out and creep into other areas, then the more that somebody else has information on that, the easier it is to deal with it. At least stay a little bit ahead of it. We don't know what the people we're chasing are going to do. They do. So we're always going to be a little bit behind, but the more you can kind of pre-think what's happening, that's the only way I can suggest to answer that. And so I don't know if I can answer it any better than that.
No, I appreciate that.
It's a tough question because this is a very unique situation that I've never encountered in my 32 years with the force. Hopefully I wouldn't in the time remaining, I hope. It's again, we make sure we try to bring that information to where it needs to get to. Do I need to know everything they do? I don't necessarily, not on every situation. Certain things I do, and the quicker you can make those decisions, and it's easier for us to bring things in that we need. So.
Okay, well, thank you, sir. Those are my questions for you. I know my friends will have some questions, although perhaps, commissioners, if we broke for lunch now, that would afford us an opportunity to conduct a caucus over the lunch hour.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Mancini, and thank you again, Staff Sergeant. The process we'll be following is that you've just given your testimony proper, which we appreciate very much. And we'll break until 1:15, at which time Ms. Mancini will meet with council for the participants and determine if there are further questions for you, and if so, who will be asking them. So if you could return then at 1:15, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 1:15.
Now, I didn't, I got to get a coffee. I didn't get what all, because I am trying to follow the chat and do all kinds of things, and I'm not that great at multitasking. Anybody will tell you. I'm just hyper focused. So there was a lot of skirts that were being trotted out there. The tech and the emotion one came out, the stuff. Okay, so now what was it that he was saying? Can somebody help me? What was it that he was saying when things started to get really emotional? The first one, I believe, was a question in respect to, what was it? Putting all of the lines together. So therefore, everybody would know all the same data. Which, frankly, I don't understand how that would evoke an emotional response. But of course, it wouldn't. Now, what were the other things that he was discussing when there was a breakdown? I think there was, that would be very good to go back and, my glasses are very dirty. Go back and see what it was that he was saying, because that's all kind of, I would say, I have a feeling, maybe just a little something on the side to distract from what he was really saying. Is that possible? So just to make note, go back and find those things. And getting more and more nervous, playing with his ring and drinking lots of water. Diapers. That's why I got it highlighted down there. Can somebody do not allow drinking member on the radio in the event? Now, could somebody help me with this drinking stuff? Because I'm sorry, I must plead ignorance. I do not know what that is in reference to. He was talking about sending a broadcast. Then he leaned forward, put his head in his hands. I think because he could have sent a broadcast caught in a communication lie. Okay, I think those segments are very important. And the transcript, funnily enough, will be, and I suspect that that will be lengthy in coming. Again, certain transcripts that they put out on, you can always see. Big Stop was a big one. There was a second one, another witness, I can't remember who. And I suspect this transcript will take a while. They'll put out other transcripts, and then this one, for some reason, will just be, that doesn't work. Durr! We have all this tech. You know, of course, this is a bunch of balls, right? That's why I highlighted that, the Facebook one. I think it may have changed. I'm not sure, because I do believe that it said something about educating other. This is April 17th. Okay. The OCC, they're winning some big, I don't know, coffee coaster here or something loser looking. Now, yeah, looks completely retarded. What are you going to do with that? I don't know. I don't know. What do you do with that? The national award. So, you know, it's going to be, they're going to be using this OCC center, which is crazy. That's the one. I have to find the video that I have where it's Dustine, I believe Glenn's in it. There's also somebody with blue hair, bright blue hair, quite interesting, naturally looking hair. Talking about, you know, how how wonderful the new center is and stuff, and how it's so well equipped and that they could teach the rest of the country. And of course, this is what this award is about. You know, we could show everybody. That's why it's national, the national award. It's so good. The day before, search for beverage, you will see it. Okay, thank you. So shall we bring that up? I think that would be good. Let me see here. Thank you. Now, I don't know if I scan this one. This is it's a lot of balls to do this one. Whose is this? Okay. So let's have a look at the beverage comment. I don't know what RCMP command post. I gotta give it a name. I hate typing. I hate technology. And of course, we can all see that technology, hopefully, or beginning to, that technology really roots balls, as somebody back in boarding school would say. It's absolutely does not work. I'm terrible with it, but it's atrocious. Now, let's do an OCR on this one. Yeah. Oh, 312. That's going to take a while. Do you have a page number for me? Oh, dear. Oh, well, now it's okay. Now I've really done it, haven't I? Oh, I didn't need to OCR it. Fuck off. No. Stop. Page number 32. I didn't need to OCR this one. Certain ones you do. This one is not one of them. You can tell by them. Now I'm going to have to crash that program. Where is it here? Okay, we'll end that. All right. So I believe actually we can just maybe even look in the document. Is that right? What work? Page 32. While en route to the scene, Constable Bissell contacted Bible Hill Detachment Operations Non-Commissioned Officer Andy O'Brien to advise him that the call the Portapique community. Sergeant O'Brien was at home, off duty, on the evening, April 18th, 2020. He had consumed 4 or 5. Isn't that what, like when you get pulled over by the check stop, isn't that what they say? Like, you know, if you say the answer 2, that's a medium flag. 4 or 5. Okay. He had 4 or 5 alcoholic beverages. You know, maybe it's a tall boy. Who knows? You know, maybe it's a lot of shots in there. Between approximately 6 and 10. And therefore advised Constable Bissell that he would, quote, not be providing direction to him. Well, that's wise. But that he would contact Staff Sergeant Carroll. Sergeant O'Brien and Bissell discussed the possibility of the perpetrator being in possession of a, quote, retired. Right. You know, this, of course, is just logic. You buy a written-off car with a totally smashed front end. I know I've seen the picture of it before. Has anybody else seen the picture of it? I'm sure I didn't dream that. The picture of it, it was completely written off, which means you have to rebuild the frame. A lot of receipts. You could just go and buy a cruiser, for fuck's sake. Buy the, police interceptor. He's got all kinds of cars. No, he's going to buy one that's completely destroyed and get it all rebuilt without any receipts. I don't know. Used to do mechanics, well, still do, kind of on the ranch. It requires a frame shop. Not something most people have in their backyard. A lot of receipts. Where's all the paint? Everything, all of that's going to be done. Where's all the receipts? Oh, they don't have those. And therefore, Constable Bissell, possibility of being in a retired RCMP cruiser. Sergeant O'Brien recalled that Constable Bissell, Sergeant O'Brien, who'd had a few pops, told me the complaint indicated that he had a police car in the yard at the site of the shooting. Sergeant O'Brien indicated that after speaking to Constable Bissell and reviewing the dispatch tickets, his initial impression was that, quote, could well be a murder. Well, that's a leap, being that they told you on the phone, and that it is possible the perpetrator was in possession of a decommissioned police vehicle. Well, okay. What time was this call at? Is that when the narrative started coming out that it was decommissioned? Because pretty tough to know that if you're still looking for the car all over the place, including New Brunswick, the next day. But for some reason, they already had that crime sewed up. Well, Sergeant O'Brien did. No offense on you, sir. It's your day off, I guess. I don't know how that works, but if you've had a couple of pops, I'm not sure you're in the crime-solving stuff. You're probably better in a party mode. Just saying. I wouldn't even Twitter after two tall boys. Yes, drunk doing anything is probably not the best idea. A lot of drinking. I love that one officer I've come across who seems to be tied to a lot of things. Yeah, he's got a nice bar. Very nice indeed. For members. Members only, I think, is one of the signs he has on his wall. Most of RCMP. It's open all the time, he says. A lot of drinking. He's got a lot of drinking on his page. Not that I have a problem with drinking. I used to drink. Now, I read somewhere that it was a glass of wine. That it was glasses of wine. Wine can be a high percentage. Well, let's not even quibble about it. 6 to 10. That's why he's using the time, 6 to 10. You see? Because then he's going to say, well, I was sober. Because it's an hour for an average drink. But probably not the best idea to be policing when you're drunk. Or had something to drink. I'm not saying he was drunk. If you're consuming beverages, probably not the best time. Lisa's bar. No. It was somebody else's bar. It's a RCMP members bar. Likes to play basketball. Excuse me. They started to change the narrative of 1021. Then I noticed. Dirty Tricks division. I'm really smelling dirty tricks all over the place here. there are pieces. There are pieces to say that there's funny things going on. Let's have a look at a couple of things I've come across. All right, so how about this one? You like this one from the notes? Madman, quote, madman on the run. Question mark. Consider? That sound like they might be building narratives. Just maybe. Okay. Now, this is going to spin off. I got to do a video about a lot of different things that tie in here. Okay. Now, where are we at? What's this one? Okay, so Lisa's car is the one that goes to the bank. Interesting. My ride is approaching, by the sounds of it. Okay, I would like, please, your great logic on solving something here, because I haven't been able to figure it out. Not that I'm all that and a bag of chips, but let's go to certain column numbers. Text message log, incoming, outgoing message text, various RCMP members. Terrible. And of course, again, like they want to believe the kids. I like how they got that system. They call it kids. But basically, you know, we can't even figure out how to tell you like a column that says from to. They can't do that. They got to color code things. It's like COVID graphs. Anyway, make things very confusing for people when, in fact, they're very easy. Now, 3:35. Campbell outgoing message to Chris. Leather. Just got off the phone with Jeff West. That'd be the man in charge, right? Looks like 6 dead at this point. Multiple scenes. SOC at large. Okay. We've got the domestic in here. Yeah. Don't know where that's coming from. Interesting. Okay. Now, 6 dead. Domestic, though, is problem. Let's fast forward. 9:15. Moser incoming message from God knows who. Because, of course, they don't have that. It's a green contact is Don Moser. I don't think he's sending himself a message. Some of these you can tell are group messages too. Now, 9:15. Jeff West gave me an update. Scenes remain active. Now, there's no fires going on at 9:15 in the morning, so, and he's still in Portapique. Not sure how that's happening. But anyway, moving along. 3 homicide scenes. Preliminary. Okay, sorry, I should highlight this part here. Not including arson scenes, because of course you would not be able to know who is dead in an arson scene. Not including arson scenes, I believe this is a mistype. There are 3 homicide scenes. Okay, you gotta keep the numbers. 3 homicide scenes. Preliminary is 4 adult males, 2 adult females. Right? So we've got 6 dead, 3 scenes, 4 males, 2 females. Right? Nothing out of there's no Hunter Road. This is all Portapique. And not arson. Okay? Following me? Now, let's just get another proof on this one. Okay, here's to Archie and Darren and Chris. So, you know, the command all the command people. Well, at least in Bergerman doesn't get up until 8, I don't think. Let's teleconference with Archie. Okay, stand by. Just spoke with Halliday, Darren, and Chris. Okay, there's an email here. 6 confirmed deceased. What time is this? 5:37. Okay. Now it says also above 6:37. Okay, that's Ontario time. This is 5:30. Wait a second here. 6:37. Gross. Greenwich. So I think it is 5:37. How does that work, actually? 6:37, 5:37, somewhere in that range. Irrespective, both numbers are fairly. It's still the same point. 6 confirmed. 6 confirmed. So again, not arson scenes. Dead. Another clue. Another clue. 2 bodies outdoors. 4 more in residences. Now, if we do Corey, my apologies. Corey and Lisa. Okay, that's 1 male and 1 female outside. Okay, so now we're 4 more in residences, and we need 1 female and 3 males, correct? Okay, so let's just say, I'm not sure if they've actually gone to the Blair house by this point, but let's just say that they have, because I can't seem to find anything about that. Let's just say that they have, because it's confirmed, so you can't really operate with phone call. Now, that would mean you've got all 2 females. Is that correct? We've got Lisa and we've got Jamie, right? Okay, now we're left with 2 males, because we have Greg and Corey. Where are the 2 males? Because there is no other scene that has 2 males. Indoors. There's no other scene, period, that does. Every single one of those residences had a female in it, or 2. And it's adult. These are all adults, right? So that takes the tucks out. They're eliminated. And I can't figure this one out. No, Frank and Dawn, that unless something we're not being told, that's a male and a female. 2 males. Males. Because we already have Lisa and Jamie. So the females, you could just do like this. Well, that one's done. Right? Okay. So then we have Corey and Greg. Now we're left with 2. In a non-arson home, doesn't matter any which way. 2 males in a residence. Anybody tell me where that is? Because maybe I'm just having difficulty. But it doesn't work. And it's not like, oops. This is going to everybody under the sun. From all the top guys. Well, we don't have anything about that they went into Frank and Dawn's, and it's a non-arson scene. Non-arson scene. So that leaves you with Tux, Bonds. Male, female, Mr. and Mrs. Bond. And Tux, Aaron, Jolene, and Emily. 2 females, one of which is being a younger person, which could be identified as an adult, but all those scenes have females. 2 males. In a house. Because there's, well, 3 homicide scenes, so it's 2 males in 1 residence. 2 males, you can put it all together. 2 males in 1 residence. That didn't burn down. That's confirmed, which means they saw them. That's a major problem. Riddle me that, Batman. I'm going to grab a coffee. Okay. Anybody have some ideas? Help me solve this one. Perhaps non-existent party was real? Okay. Who would the 2 males be? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, sorry. I don't know if I... That's, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, this is why it's a real head scratcher. 2 males, 1 residence, not arson. By what time? 3:35 in the morning. Seems like scenes happened in situations other than what they're reporting. Maybe. Just maybe. Unidentified person. Oh, the tangled web they weave. When at first. Something about deceive. On the cops skirted around the question last week. Please help me solve this one. I know you guys are off doing things. This one's important. And if it's nothing, then I'm like, oh, whoop, you know. But this is not, you know, oh, we're mistaken. This is coming from West. He's gathering all the data. He's shipping it off to Chris. Chris and Darren are talking about it with Archie. Oh boy, you got everybody. So, and they've known about it for hours and hours. The information's not changing. It's still the same at 9:15. All right, let's see what we got. Because I know your guys' brains are going to be real good. I've tried to work on this one with a few people and haven't come up with an answer, including some family members. It's not making a lot of sense. Linda, could it be Wortman? I don't know. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to sound crazy or tinfoily. There's clearly two males in a singular residence that didn't burn down at 3:35. Which you wouldn't even know about residences that burned down, really, because they were still kind of burning. At least according to Leon. Somewhat. And it was hot, right? Remember? They couldn't go in. So arson is out because they already said not including arson. And you wouldn't be able to confirm arson. Two males that have never seen the light of day since April 19th, Griffin and Lily. Wow. Okay. This is brainstorming. It has nothing to do with tinfoil. It's just brainstorming. Everything's on the table always. No, the question was about the numbers. It might have been West. I can't remember. It's not solvable with their narrative. Bingo. So what are we getting told here? And this, I can't see how this could ever come out to be like, oops, it was a bonging out, brain, the kid system, the toilet diaper system wasn't working. No, you've got everybody in the province who's in the know. In Archie's case, who knows from the head of all of it. About the drinks. Okay, I don't know. If he's on call, he shouldn't be drinking. I don't know if he was on call. I have no idea. Maybe somebody can. But this I'd like to focus in on this one, please. Let's not. It was West or Halliday. Doesn't anyone else remember it? I'm not sure. Barbara Swift, they all tweeted to Tim Bousquet under a tweet from today. Okay, so I'm not seeing a lot of focus. Focus, please. Please. This is an important one. There are some families that are asking questions right now. Two males, one residence, didn't burn down, 3:35. Maybe another insignificant character coming into the picture. Missing person that they've never reported as murdered. Preliminary is used, yes, but it's been used for hours. Over 6. And we have data on what houses they're going to. These are confirmed. Sorry, no. It does say preliminary. Here we have the mention of the word what? Confirmed. Okay. That is going to Darren. From Chris Crops, number 2, who's getting the information from West, who's getting the information and putting it together from everybody. Have something to do with the exchange of gunfire. Possible the tucks were found somewhere else. Their scene made no sense. The cops were at the neighbor's house on the same road, evacuating them earlier. I would still always like to know why Dorrington was there and never did the check, which is in his notes. But according to the GPS, it never went. He decided to go over to, where was it? Ferris Lane. And drive around a lot. Was there not a dead body found at the park, at a park on the 18th or 19th? I remember something about, but again, this is later in the story. So I just want to stick with Portapique because this is Portapique. Shouldn't they be asking these questions? Oh, absolutely. If Lily was Griffin and what? Okay, whoa. If Lily was Griffin and Workman's handler makes sense, he lives in the area, never reported their activities. They assume Lily was shooting up the PBR area. Okay, I'm going to have to stew on that. I'm still looking for the 2 males. Okay, seeing some diversing focus here, definitely. Seeing some people very focused, which is good. That's the interesting ones always to watch. The other, well, sorry, both. People who want to answer and people who'd rather talk about other things. Never went to the bonds or tucks. So cannot be the crime scene at this time. What house? Only Blair's at this time. Well, we know definitively that we have Corey and we have Lisa, and we can say maybe they lump that together as one murder scene, which is not really accurate. But anyway, that's an outdoor. We have 2 indoor scenes. All right, so you take the Blairs out. We've got male and female. Right? Now we're left with 2 males in a residence that didn't burn down by 3:35. Yes, thank you for joining us, CSIS. Appreciate it. You guys suck. Just because the truth is being exposed. Bye. And banned. Gosh, you guys really are cheesy. Who was at Tux? How many males killed in Portapique who were not in a burned house? That's a good question. You have Bonds, Tux, and Blair's. Though I've seen some weird references to yeah. Nothing doesn't make any sense. Okay. So still looking, certain people are going elsewhere. No, see the diversion. Who is Lily? Zoll's as well. Zoll's house was burnt down, so we know. And again, that's my interpretation. It doesn't even matter, but I'm pretty sure that's supposed to read, not including arson scenes. There are 3 homicide scenes preliminary. Okay, that's before it was confirmed. So obviously we know that it was confirmed beforehand. I don't know how it suddenly didn't become confirmed with Dawn, but from somebody, incoming from somebody, rando with their color-coded goo. Who is Lily? You don't know who Lily is? Dave Lilly. Dave Lilly, the person who was identified within 11 minutes, which I'm not sure, but I think he should probably be asked, just because he'd want to clear up his name right away. And if he's not asked and he's no longer a member, perhaps you may want to discuss that publicly. Just because there seems to be some accusations going around, which is very unfortunate. But his name's getting picked out. He may have looked like me, or what was it? He might have looked like me or driven a car like me. Well, that's hard to do because, well, who else was driving cars that looked like RCMP cars? Oh, that's right. Any RCMP member. Tux and bonds may be found in the same house. Well, we're got lots of males and females then, right? That doesn't work. Was he in? I mean, not to, because I do want to stay focused. Do want to stay focused on this one. Don't know if I still haven't been able to figure out if Dave Lilly was in Portapique or not. According to the ITOs, he was. According to a statement that the MCC gave us, which is a transcript, he just went to the fire hall and hospital. Oh, yes, Mr. Lilly does need to be spoken with, interviewed, or whatever. I don't even know they're not going to call it testimony. What do they call it? Rhombus tables or something? Some geometrical shape, perhaps. I don't know. The math does not compute. No. Could it be the carpenter and his make friend? Well, we did have the 2 criminals, right? In cabins or something. This earlier message says 6, no mention of sex. The later one says preliminary. Yeah, but I mean, I don't think that they're keeping the same number. I think Don, the real Don Moser, whoever's sending them this message may not know. But the number's the same: 6, 6, and 6. There would not be 6 at that time. Didn't other evidence show he was picked up by parole board and then released? Who, Griffin? Yeah. That's, excuse me. 2 bodies outdoors. Wasn't there 3? Yes, I agree. It's, I mean, if you want to get really technical, but I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. It's not as though I'm trying to absolutely trash their story. I agree, though. it is one, technically, Greg is outside. So, okay. That's absolutely true. But let's just say they considered it in a residence for whatever reason. Anybody that can solve this one? Because if you can't solve it, then it's a big problem, and not one that should be left alone. A male friend of whom? What residence do we have where there's then a singular male who may have had a friend? My head hurts now. Sorry, Cheryl. Becca, you have any ideas on this one? Or Kelly? Anne Marie, you guys have any ideas? Love to hear them. Love to hear your guys' thoughts, all of them. 2 males. Yeah, say hello, Sandy. Howdy. I feel like I should just leave this, not move along to other things. I think it makes the point that there's a big problem. Until I can see an answer come up here that's explainable, it kind of drives the point home before I talk about anything else. Missed the last few minutes? Okay, so we'll get up to speed. No worries. Wherever that is, I don't have a phone number that's public, so you can fuck right off on that too. I'll be answering that. Now, 3:35 in the morning. We've got Campbell with the color-coded garbage messages here, which of course, you know, this is very easy. Very easy. Incoming, outgoing, you know, it's like your phone bill. No, they do colors because it's distracto. Skirts. Outgoing message, it appears, to Chris. Just got off the phone, 3:35 in the morning, with Jeff West. Who's Jeff West? Critical Incident Commander. So he's amalgamating all of the data. Looks like 6 dead. Multiple scenes. They also know about the domestic, which I don't want to touch right now, but that's interesting that they know that at that time. 9:15 in the morning, we get a little bit more information. Dawn, the real Dawn Moser, is getting a message. So 9:15, so we're still in Portapique. Nothing's happening up in Hunter Road. Apparently he's, well, now they've figured out he's alive again. Whatever. They can't answer that one still. Jeff West gave me an update. Dawn's getting a message from somebody. That's why they do the color-coded crap, because you have no idea who. Scenes remain active. That's interesting. There's no fires. Okay, moving along. Not including arson scenes, there, it says and, but I presume are, 3 homicide scenes. Preliminary is 4 adults, 2 males. 2 adult females. Okay, so we that definitely probably eliminates. Well, no, you could call her an adult because she's almost an adult. Now we have a message from Chris to Darren talking about a teleconference, but the original message is from Darren to Chris reading touch base with CIC and MCU. So definitely MCU confirms about the hospital. Okay, blah, blah, blah. 6 confirmed, deceased. So it's not an arson scene. We know that. 2 bodies outdoors and 4 more within residence. Okay. 2 males in a residence. If you put all the pieces together. Fluid. Well, maybe something's flying around. Banfield boys equals 2 males. What the heck? Do you have any thoughts on this? Becca? If cops were told to stay out, maybe the 2 bodies in the bay or burned by fires are by cops. Next day, excavator. Okay, well, I'm just operating with the list and narrative that they have. That we all have, right? So we have, what are the non-arson scenes? That would be, that you can confirm. So, I mean, that's why the language is very important. You can't confirm a body that's been burned. And that is totally irrelevant anyways, because every single scene has a female. The Zolls, the Glensions, those scenes have females in it, right? Bonds and arson. Bonds does not, and Tux does not. Do not, sorry. And so, but both of those scenes, one has a singular female and the other one has 2. There is not one residence with 2 males that they have ever spoken about. So how does that fit in their narrative? Maybe Mr. Blair counted outside by an officer. Well, there's only 3 scenes. Only 3 scenes. But it still doesn't change the sexes, right? If he's inside, if he's outside, doesn't matter. We're still unaccounted for 2 males that are in a residence that did not burn. The Bonds house and the Tux house weren't even visited. They weren't visited until what time? 4:50 something or other the next day. So that one's out. He should be counted outside glow, but let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's just say that they consider that inside that residence. That Mr. Blair, they're considering the patio or deck part of the residence. Let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm still looking for the 2 males in one residence that didn't burn. 3 homicide, non-arson scenes at this point. 4 adult males, 2 females, 2 males inside an unburnt house. That makes 0 sense. Does not fit their narrative. But are you reading what I'm reading from multiple different sources? To the hierarchy, who is getting the best information, right? It's all getting amalgamated through all of their garbage, lots of titles, channels with stuff. They know. Factor in some of the other interesting lines along the way, right? exchange of gunfire. Very interesting one. Where was the notes that somebody said the other day? Do I have that one up here? Oh, I don't. That's too bad. Whose notes was that? That said police or officers were being shot at? That's another interesting one. Remember, Orchard Beach also kept closed for 1 month. Portapique, not so. Orchard Beach, very important. Commissionaires, etc. Very interesting folks down there. The person who was knocking on the doors, okay, yeah, but still looking for, can somebody tell me? Not to be a Peter repeater, but the Peter repeater is trying to drive the point home. Who are the two males in one residence? Maybe Tuck was at another home, but the Tucks and Bonds weren't found. No. What time is it? 3:15. 3:15, yes. 3:35. 3:35. My apologies. Just spoke to Jeff West, so I think the information is probably going to be pretty good. Right? I'm being a total smartass. It's going to be the best. And it's going to the top. The crops. Darren's number 3. Chris is number 2. Yep, 3. This is a 24-hour clock. And it's listed in chronological order. So this is high up on the, it's at the top. Those are interesting messages to read, by the way. It seems that they only have 3 pages of texts the entire night. Well, actually, it goes into the 29th. I like the last one. How are you? It's like somebody randomly just asked, these questions with no answers. 3 pages of text messages. All right, do you think that's it? Where are these messages coming from? The MCC? Absolutely. Let me bring them up. Okay. Maybe I'm just spooky. Text message log. Okay. Just so we're operating all on the same page, I will link what I'm using. There you go. Okay, we got the 18th. We're using a 24-hour clock, looks like. Or not, sorry, we're not using a 24-hour clock, but in a way, the zero is indicative of the fact that it's AM. And it's only the 4th message, 5th message in. 4th, my apologies. Right here. Thought it was after 5. They finally went. That's exactly true too. So I'm having a difficult time. Because at this point, there should only be Lisa and Corey. But for some reason, there are 6. 3 residences that are not burned down. And one of those residences is 2 males. The other document is, I left it up here in the corner. com number 0023848. Okay. Email Superintendent Darren Campbell to Chris Leather. Major incident. Copy. Paste. Oh, something stinks. Here. I almost want to use an expletive. Something reeks terribly. What is the third piece of data that I was using there? Oh, wait, that's Archie. Oh, hey, Archie. How's it going? Not sure why you're over there, but anyway, we'll figure that one out at some point. Where is it? I don't want to change topics. I want the solution. 1 hour in. Thank you. Something's funky. Oh, fucky. Okay. Yeah, there is something not working here. I can't even see how you could fuck it up. Like, you can't. It's just... Okay, and so, sorry, we should go back to the... Oh, balls. Did I close that? Why is that? No, Glenn, I don't want your coaster. It really looks dumb. What do you do with that anyways? Like, wear it around your neck? Hey, look what I did. I've got a big, huge board. I feel great. Now, scenes remain active. The stupid color coding, so we don't know who it's coming from. Jeff W., I'm presuming West, 9:15 in the morning. Scenes remain active. Exchange of gunfire. No immediate resource, CIC, handover to 10 a.m.
This is a test for Kurt audio. That's a great test. Thank you, Kurt.
Thanks, Kurt. Appreciate it. Derp. Preliminary 4 adult males, 2 adult females. May be domestic related. But they knew that actually earlier. Domestic. Very strange. I don't know who they would have spoken to, but anyway. Stinky. Very stinky. What about the shack beside the warehouse? Is that man still around? Let's just use the narrative. Let's use the narrative. I just want to stick with what they say. The facts. The facts. Does it work? Something rotten. I'm sorry, Chiang. I don't want to hurt your head. I want to ask good questions, and I want answers, because families deserve answers. Aaron was found somewhere else. Seems like only 4 males who died that wet. Sorry? Who died that wet, not in fire, including Aaron and Peter. But again, even though we know that that can't be possibly true because they aren't found, right? That doesn't work, their narrative. But you have females. No. No. So, anybody using their narrative, using what we have, which here is what they've provided, more facts, right? How do you get 2 males in one house at 3:35 in the morning? Confirmed. Confirmed, sorry, later. A little later. That didn't burn. Because you couldn't confirm it anyway. I must have asked a stumper. The people, I see the number drop. I don't know if that's just because people are like not interested. Oh, this is an interesting one. Should make a prize, maybe. Prize for somebody who can solve it. Using their narrative. You have to use their narrative. Because I could say space aliens or something. Use their facts, their narrative. I don't know what kind of prize we could have. Maybe we could have... this is an interesting read, which I'm going to talk about at some point. Yeah. 1,000 or 100 dads, 1,000 tips. Anybody happen to have a read of that one? Excuse me. We'll figure it out. All right, Jamie. I believe Aaron and Jolene were in the hallway and Emily was in the living room. Okay, yeah. Yes, that's true. Well, Aaron was supposed to be at the door, but that residence, we have 3 females, or sorry, two females, obviously. My apologies. Which, you know, Emily could be considered easily an adult, but it's still 2 males. 2 males can't have any females, and nobody went to their home by this time. Perhaps 2 males are miscounts using Trudeau math. 72 people. 75. So we can rule out any spin that they would have to count tucks. But tucks aren't in the picture at this time. Right? I can build more of a photo board and we can put those pieces together because, well, I believe it was the other day that the bonds lawyer was asking, identified the times, which I think we've talked about long back, Tara told us about. Plus, it's all over their documents. Which eliminates non-arson scenes because they didn't go to them. So how do you confirm there's a missing house, looks like, with 2 males that didn't burn? Went to the house earlier. They were told they just looked in the front door. Okay, well, that, which is very is a problem in of itself. That would be too many scenes. The simple point is, you can't solve it. Would the Blair house be considered arson even though it wasn't on fire? Logs were put out. Well, I don't even... 335, Jamie? Confirmed? I suppose the confirmed... Well, yeah, okay. If it... Yeah, that works, actually. We'll go with confirmed. So that works. Greg and Jamie confirmed by this time. Fair. Still missing house, 2 males. No females. No arson. Do we know what time they died? They died, they said right away. But that's still looking for the house. Still looking for the house. And the victims. Our junior and senior are counted in their narrative. Well, they didn't die, did they? Not to my knowledge. So, their narrative, just their narrative. It's got to be a house, 2 males, no ours. Am I explaining it well? I know a lot of people don't understand what I say, which is fair, but it's right there in their own documents. And we know their narrative, right? Okay, here, I'll just for my benefit. Please press 1 if you understand what I'm saying. Like I'm explaining it. Okay, good. Let me see some. Thank you, Jamie and Blue Nose. Their narrative does not work. So why would you lie about the narrative? So, okay, sorry. I'll rephrase that. One of the 2 can't be true, right? You can't have what they tell us and these documents because they don't line up. They say that the narrative, through all their exhaustive investigative procedures, is excellent, which doesn't line up with the command triangle in Nova Scotia, where all of the information is filtering through to. Doesn't line up. The 2, one of them can't be true. And the documents, well, they're the most recent developments in the narrative, right? The one that's being written. would have to call the logs of the officers reporting in, would help to have the logs reporting the deaths and locations. Yes. I haven't come across those yet. But we do have certain people who have ID things. But again, it's still, given the documents that they're even giving us, those don't line up with these documents. 1 hour, 15 minutes. I think they're getting pissed. They don't like this one. Nothing lines up. Yes, exactly. Occam's razor. It's not maybe all the bonging out, and it's not all the other skirts and the cryings and the doing whatevers and the asking the whole bunch of garbage questions which have nothing to do with anything and telling you about some Kentville. No. You forgot the question? Maybe I should put it in the bottom. Which house using their narrative at 3:35 in the morning that is not on fire has 2 males in it? The more documents that they give, this is why the process must continue. The more they give, oh. And I love looking, because I don't like people lying to me or my friends. And you fuck with my friends, well, I get up mad. Brains, though, brains. Nothing is supposed to line up that way. Confusion reinforces the propaganda. Absolutely. No. Well, maybe. I don't want to confuse. I still want the answer. I want the answer. There's lots of other things I can throw into this mix for another time. Griffin's house didn't burn down. People would have been found. People could have been found there. 2 males. They had Griffin's mom. Okay, so can I have a consensus then that it doesn't work, right? There's absolutely zero way to explain before you have to go into other theories. You cannot use their narrative and this evidence and they line up without starting to bring in UFOs or whatever the fuck else, right? It just doesn't work. Wouldn't matter what time they gave, the narrative wouldn't work. Never, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you're right. Exactly. The 2 males in a house that doesn't burn. Can't bring in other people. Can't bring in other people. Have to use the narrative. Yes, I should have thrown out that ground rule right away. I tried to, sorry, say that. It has to be using their narrative. Their narrative. You have to be able to answer this one. What houses did not burn? That would be Bonds, Tucks, Oliver Tucks, and the Blairs. Even though some documents seem to refer to the House of Blaze. I've come across that, which is very odd. I think they're just confused. Oh, and the McCulleys. But that was not a murder scene. Unless they're pretty clear. They say outside. McCully's house didn't burn. That's, yep, absolutely true. You're right, yes. But I was just saying that it's an outdoor scene. I don't think somehow the lawn becomes indoor, but the home did not burn. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Blair's was still arson though. Okay, but still looking for the two males. Two males. Because if it's Blair's, well, we're still missing two people. Two men. Still missing two men. Whether you call it arson, don't call it arson, doesn't matter. There's two males that are found by 335. Gender mishap. How do you have 6 bodies by 335? Not once. But twice. 2 command triangle. Via all the correlated best data. There are 2 bodies there that shouldn't even be found. There's actually 2. The Blairs haven't even been found by 335. So this is a real fucking mess. 2 males who might have seen something. Okay. I don't think I'm again, you have to use the narrative. You have to use the narrative. Speculation is great. They're saying this is the way that it is. Here's the facts. Here's what we've been able to discover. Here's everything. Okay, good. I'm glad that you've told us all. Now I want the answer. Why does this not work? Because somehow their brains got through this one. We are looking for 2 dead males in one residence that did not burn. With no females. You can't have a female. No, non-arson doesn't work. But that's still too many. Even if you said, okay, the house didn't burn. Oh, okay. You have female. Extra. They missed this one. Oh, they missed a lot. Just wait. Trust me on this one. Trust me. I don't think I'm usually too far off. I have been. And there's a lot of little things that I know in the background too. This one I don't have any information on. The more that this process continues, the more garbage that will come. As you have seen, they'll give you the easy stuff first. That's why you're going to see the call, like I said, you're going to see, and there has already been rumblings, shut this down. Don't continue. Why? Because you just give better stuff as we go. I want more, even if you're going to make it really difficult. Because it just gets worse. Maybe they found Zoll and Thomas. No, they can't have that. It's arson. arson. Like that would be an interesting fuck up. Oh, the house didn't actually burn, and we misgendered Occam's razor. Let's go and get these documents, please. That's why I linked them. I didn't link them in the links below, but they were earlier in the chat for those of you who have just joined us. I see that there's 10 more in here. That means 10 more brains. 10 more brains that perhaps can solve this puzzle that's been eluding a few people and I. I called some people and I was like, can you help me with this one? Because I'm having a toughie. Maybe it's just me. They're like, no, that's problems. Even if you don't consider in residence or 2 males in some place, don't have the numbers, discovered bodies to make this add up. Nope. Because they have to not go to scenes. Houses can't burn. And we got to have 2 males. Want to just keep it with the facts? Just the facts. Just the facts. Just what they tell us. No space aliens, no anythings. The mistakes one is really overplayed. Tired of listening to that one. Not going to hear it anymore. Heard too many times over the years. Way too many. Skirt. Number, I don't know what number that probably would be. 1387 excuse. Something like that. Out of that big, huge binder. Got a big one. 335. Leather brings up DV. Yes, that's why it's there. I don't really, I did say it's not gone unnoticed, but just want to find the bodies. Want to find the victims. Want to make sure I got it right because they give us all the evidence, and I know that they've got so many people working on this one so hard, being so truthful and honest with everybody. Everybody that's tied with this one, they've been working real tough. Nope, gotta stay with the facts. Gotta stay with the facts. Gotta stay with how does it work? All of the facts that they have. No, not bringing in other theories. Theories is for another time. Oh, the domestic violence stuff. I think that, where's that? Is that this one? I think that fits in right about here. A lot of interesting ones there. I'm not going to touch that today. I'm still looking for, where were we? Here. Oh, I'm trying to just listen. This is our national police force. This is our this is the MCC. This is so many independent investigators and lawyers, and everybody's got it all figured out. Takes 2 years and 700 witnesses, which actually was just 700 tasks. And anyway, still waiting. Hard to work and listen at the same time. Check back. Yes, there'll be a prize. It has to be with the narrative, though. Have a good day. The neighbor beside the warehouse, I believe, is what was the old guy, and I think that, well, it may have been purchased up by Banfield family. An hour and a half. Okay. I wonder if they're having problems on this one. They're stumped. Those damn little gray cells. What's wrong with those people? They're getting it figured out. Diapers. Look at the tabs across the spreadsheet. Rodier incoming. Rodier doesn't have messages until later. Let's I'm going to be such a stick in the mud. I am that way. I stay. When something doesn't make sense, I got to find the answer before I can move on. I'm stuck way back. There's all kinds of points I get stuck on, but this is later. Flying around with gas. Mm-hmm. What about the RCMP found in police car dead up there where Lillian was found? Again, we're talking 335. I appreciate that, this is the thing. This is the thing, because they've got so tens and tens and tens of thousands of facts. Difficult to balance. But if you stay focused on one, you're just kind of like, yeah, can you answer me this one, please? Riddle me that, Batman. How is it that, Command Triangle having problems? How is it that all the best and the most informed and their narrative changes? Really? MCC investigators worked alongside. A lot of the MCC investigators are, what was the one guy? Justice of the Peace promotion. He had it wrapped up very quickly. He was done. Summer 2021, so he could get his promotion. Well, I think they're shitting their pants over there. They love this channel. No answers. I could make a good sign at a protest where people were standing with signs outside of a certain hotel while MCC is going on. It would be a little lower down on the list, but I think Tara should be number one. Oh, I'm sad. No answer yet. What? I didn't even press anything. What are you beeping about? Toggle keys? Get out of my... If this is somebody in my computer, get the fuck out. Sorry, I just had a quick call. What the... I'm not even pressing anything. I don't know what the... Hey, sure enough, it's probably going to do it again. Yes, I was. Sorry, I did get a call. I'm not trying to say I'm a smarty pants or anything derogatory about any of us, right? Anybody here. I'm trying to solidify how A, you guys are super smart, and B, how this is just simply absolutely 100% impossible, which means they're lying. And I don't want people to forget certain points. I don't know why that's doing that, because if it continues to do it, then oh, maybe it was something stuck on my keyboard. Hopefully that stops it. I did put... No, I didn't put that down. Well, anyway. Oh, go CSIS. They get a little upset. Maybe we'll highlight their comment. No, because it's disgusting. Block user. There we go. That's CSIS for you. That's what they do. It's in the big binder. Skirt binder. Another question for you. How is there 2 people in a hospital at that time? Lisa was not found. Katie was with her family. Katie went with family. Very good question. Blocked. Yeah, no, I blocked them. So somebody was claiming the other day, even though I was not speaking because I was a bit upset. What I was upset about was Tara. I'm noticing quiet on a lot of support, which I find very interesting. Demanding MCC to do something immediately because the lawsuit she can bring damages. Pretty sure, because I'm pretty sure I talked with Tara. There'll be no settling. And she got all kinds of brain power behind her, like all of you. I might sit there too. Who is the female they're talking about at 5:37? All right, should we go? We again, see, this is the problem. It diverges from. Are you speaking about the email? Where's the email? They're going to come back here relatively soon, I would think, but. Oh.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes. And just a reminder to turn off your electronic devices or turn them to silent.
Right. So you have the MCU confirms 1 male and female in hospital. Male has non-threatening. Okay, so who is the female? Good point. Right? Right here, right? Things, exchange of gunfire, hoofbeats. Chris and Darren. Yeah. You'd think that they know, because they do know. They'll try and say, oh, we didn't know. We were talking about, you know, that thing that happened in India. It was bonging out. Right. Of course it was. That's an hour of a lot of people's brain power. Still no answer. Aw, diapers. Please comment below. Please comment. Leave comments. Ask the questions out in the tweeters and stuff. Comment down below with your answer. I would love to know, for those of you who watch this later. We'll go into some more mysteries, because I've got more, but thought I'd focus on one, stay with it, kind of hammer it home, and point out that that's 100% dishonest. One, oops, like provably. And if one of the lawyers doesn't ask any questions about it, well, must be one of those videotaped interviews where the lawyers won't stand up and say, hey, we can't ask, because they don't want that on the
Welcome
record.
back. The proceedings are again in session.
Ms. Mancini?
Thank you, Chief Commissioner. I understand that some of the participant council do have some different areas of questioning. So I believe I can't recall which order people are asking questions in, but I would ask if Staff Sergeant Briers could return. And I know that there's been some discussion in ensuring that there's not too much crossover.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. And I believe it's Ms. Hupman who's going to be speaking first.
Thank you. Thank you, Staff Sergeant Briers, and my apologies for keeping you waiting, and to everyone here for keeping them waiting longer than we expected over the lunch hour. Staff Sergeant, as I mentioned before, we broke our commission council have met with council for the participants, and there are some more questions for you, and they will be asked by several council for the participants, and beginning with Ms. Hupman, if you don't mind, and the various council, if they don't mind identifying their retainer as well, would be greatly appreciated. So Ms. Hupman.
Yes, thank you, Chief Commissioner. Good afternoon, Staff Sergeant Briers. My name is Linda Hupman with my colleague Steve Topsy and James Russell from Birch McDougall. We represent the family of Julian Oliver, Aaron Tuck, and Emily Tuck, and the family of Lillian Campbell. I just have a couple of areas to go back to from your testimony this morning, just for some additional follow-up information. This morning you were talking about the use of pictometry, and that you were very familiar and had used that quite extensively, apparently.
I use it a fair amount, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Almost every shift.
Is that right? So that is, I also was picked up on the fact that you said you basically were self-taught on it. So it wasn't something that was rolled out and people were given training on, or that kind of thing?
I'm not sure when pictometry was given to the RCMP as a tool to use. My memory of it, and I'm just going from memory of it, there was a course that was taught when it first was rolled out. It was given to, back in not that time, SKU members and GIS, so people that were street crime enforcement and such.
Right, okay.
And I remember officers going in to do that course. I don't know if I was the NCO in charge of, like Ops NCO in charge of Lunenburg at that time, or it was just shortly before 2016. But there was a course in it. I haven't had the course in it, so.
Okay. So in terms of its accessibility or its availability to broadly around in parts of the province? Was it in every detachment, do you know? Is it something that every detachment would have access to and use, or was there any commonality in using that tool?
No, I can't speak for every detachment because I wouldn't know that. I don't know who would, but I can't. I would say it was available in a lot of detachments, and how often it was used, I'd have no clue. My memory from working in Lunenburg, when I worked detachment in Lunenburg County, the SKU members often use it, and we did use it on occasion for search warrants and stuff like that, just to get a different view of properties.
Right, okay.
But I never used it myself when I was in Lunenburg. I just recall it being used by members there.
Right.
Not everybody had access to it because you have to have a password,
Right.
and you have to have a username and password, but whoever got the course, wherever that was distributed back in the day when the course was taught, would have had a username and password that went with that program. So.
Right. Do you know, was that a program or software, however it's marketed or I guess or available, that could be used on cell phones as well as computers at desktops? Was it available on cell phones?
So it's not a program. I should clarify. I said program, but I didn't mean to say that. So it's an online site. So if I search Google, it'd be something similar. I have to go into a login process through Pictometry,
Right.
and then enter my username and password. On my work phone, I'm just trying to think. So the phone I have now is a Samsung S9. And when there's two sides of this phone, and I say two sides, so I don't want to make this more complex. If I'm not answering your question, just cut me off, please. So my phone now, if I want to access my work email,
Right.
I have to go into a certain side of my phone to do that. It's a protected side, so my work email goes there. In order for my phone I'm using now, I can go onto an unprotected side, and I can go into Google Maps, and I've never done it on my work phone.
Right.
I have done it on a tablet. So if it can work on a tablet, I'd say it can work on your cell phone.
Right.
I don't recall when I got my newest phone, but the phone before that was a BlackBerry. And in all likelihood, I wouldn't have been able to do it on my BlackBerry because it didn't have those two sides to the phone. Does
Right.
that make sense?
Sure. Yeah.
And so the protection software that's on our work side of our cell phones won't allow me to do a lot of things easily. Because of just the nature of the protection that's on there. But on my other side, of my current phone, I can do that. My personal phone, I don't doubt I can probably get into Pictometry on my personal phone.
Right.
I don't know what would have been in 2020 for everybody had at that time, whether it would have been available or not. I can't answer that.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. And I guess what I'm thinking is that, or what it's sounding like from what you're describing, is that it's available through the internet, but something you would log into and have to have a password. So therefore, if your phone was able to access the internet, then presumably it would be same as you can access Google Maps or whatever on a phone.
Yeah. So as a risk manager, we had two usernames and the same password. So let's say let's say two of us were working and one was on another computer, he could log in underneath that username and password, but I can't log in with that same username. So I'm assuming they gave us two just because if there was anybody else using it at the time, somebody else could get into it. But it's just the same username password. I don't have it specifically for me. It's for that position. And I'm believing whoever would have passed it out back in the time, it probably went with the positions that were there. So.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. I think that that covers my queries on that topic. But having talked now about phones and your work phone, and so on, it brings me to my next topic, which is to talk about in your statement to the Mass Casualty Commission, and Madam Registrar, 35921 was Staff Sergeant Briers' statement. I just want to go to the page of your statement where, page 38, about more than halfway down the page, I think. There you were talking, and this caught my attention. You were talking about having your personal cell, a work cell, then you have your risk manager cell, and there's a desk phone. And somewhere down about the middle of the page where it starts, I'm jumping ahead here, but I want to make sure you understand. If I want to send a text with pictures, that section,
Yep.
it seems you're describing, again, what seems to be a very cumbersome process, that if you need to send a text, you couldn't do that from the risk manager phone because it didn't have data. Is that correct? Like you had to use your other phone, and then it just seemed like a very cumbersome process there for disseminating the picture and through text or email.
It was cumbersome. So I'm not 100% positive, but my recollection is that there was I couldn't go search anything on that risk manager cell phone.
Right.
So if I wanted to search something, I either have to do it on my work phone. Very rarely did it on my personal phone because I had a work phone, or I'd do it on the computer. Now, if I did it on the computer, I had it, so on my work cell now, again, so 2020, if I had that same, I must have had that same phone, then based on what how I explained that, I'd have to send, so my work phone has a personal email address, a Gmail address, and a work email address. In order to send a text message out to someone, I had to send it to my Gmail address from, let's say I wanted to send it from the computer.
Right.
I'd send it to my Gmail address on my work phone, and then I could disseminate it via text from my work phone to wherever. I couldn't send it to, my memory is I couldn't send it to my work phone as if it was an email. If I could send, so if I had my work phone and my risk manager phone, I could send a text between the two of them with a picture, but I couldn't send an email to my risk manager cell phone. Did I make that more complicated? I know I did, sorry.
All right, maybe you just, I think what you illustrated is that it was a very complex and cumbersome process to be dealing with sending emails with pictures or text with pictures and getting it out. And I'm just wondering, is there not a better way, an easier way or a more efficient way to be able to work that out? It just sounded like it was very complex, more than what one would think it would need to be in this day and age.
So it's a case-by-case situation. If people are in their cars and they have MWS, I can send a picture to your vehicle. I can send it to a whole section of vehicles. So if you're working in Colchester County and I want to put a picture up of a person, a vehicle, an area, a map area, I can send it via the MWS system in your computer. I shouldn't say send it. I put it on a bulletin board and you can go retrieve it from the bulletin board. Anybody that I give access to. So I can open that up to Colchester County. I can open up to Colchester and Cumberland. I can send it divisionally. It all depends what the nature of the picture or who's maybe involved in that. The hiccup is there that you have to have MWS and you have to be told to go there and get it, and you have to be in your car. If you're not in your car, it's of no use to you because you don't have it. So that's where it gets into more complicated because of sending it to someone's phone so that they have it out on the side of the road, or if they're not in a vehicle that has MWS. Right. Is it cumbersome? Yes. How to fix it? Because of the nature of privacy and stuff, I don't know how it's so simple to fix. I'm certainly not the tech person to tell you how to fix that because I can do those things, but I don't know all the workings behind it. But I know our work side of our cell phone is it's much more protected because of the emails that's attached to that. If you didn't have work email on your phone, you could do the same thing with anything. The data to the risk manager phone, it never had data like search data because I guess we all had phones and was never maybe forward thinking as to how else this could be beneficial to use it. And it was an older phone. But
So
each
it's fair-
situation is differently.
Fair to say, though, that if the risk manager phone had data and the capabilities that your other work phone had, that it might have had a more of a one-step process in terms of doing things. Do you know if that's an area where anybody is looking into making things move more seamlessly?
I don't.
Mhm.
I don't
Would you
know
think that it would be beneficial for that to be looked into?
For having data on the risk manager
Yeah,
phone.
and other means of simplifying this process of disseminating this kind of information.
Yeah, for sure. It's in this day and age, it's technology is the easiest way to move things around, and it's used all the time. Like
And
we send
speaking of-
pictures all the time via
Sure.
via
And
that.
in terms of technology and technology issues, for example, at the OCC, when it was here in Truro and in your new location, the new location, is there an on-duty or on-site IT person to help you when you run into issues with your technology?
Nobody on site 24/7. There would be somebody on call that you might be able to get a hold of, but depending on what the situation was.
Right.
I guess if it was really urgent, you probably get someone in, but it wouldn't be not 24/7. No, not to my knowledge anyway.
Okay.
Other than on call, like go through a
Right.
central help desk and ask for tech service on whatever the issue is. Yeah.
Right, so RCMP tech service
Yeah.
person. Right, okay. Okay. And just one other area that came up after we had caucused and I had gone over some notes. And you may not be aware of this or be able to address it, but are you aware whether detachments in Nova Scotia moved to having anyone designated as a threat assessment coordinator? I believe that's something that came out of the Mayerthorpe inquiry, and I just wondered whether that had taken place and whether in your role as risk manager, if you knew anything about that.
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay, right. Those are my questions, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ms. Hubman. Mr. Bryson?
Good afternoon, Staff Sergeant Briers. I'm Josh Bryson. I represent the family of Peter and Joy Bond. They resided in Portapique on Cobequid Court. So my friend's questions to you about dissemination of information, that's really a good place for me to sort of pick it up. Because I want to look at just the different gaps in terms of the flow of information that occurred through the night and perhaps discuss what, if any, changes can be made to help mitigate against that. So first, I just want to talk about the cop car, the perpetrator's cop car. So did I hear your evidence correctly that you didn't know that he was operating a marked car until the 7:27 call from HRP?
Correct.
Okay, so you weren't aware of the information that was conveyed in the 10:01 call from Miss Blair that about an RCMP car in the yard?
Are you talking 10:01 PM or AM?
Sorry, 10:01 PM the night before.
No.
That wasn't part of your briefing.
Now, so for me to go back and tell you everything that was told to me in that briefing, that'd be very difficult. I don't recall that. I recall the fact that he had what they believe to be unmarked police cars in that area, but I don't recall anybody ever telling me about a marked police car. It was actually quite a shock to me, if my memory serves me right, at 7:27 when I heard that.
Right, so it's probably fair to say that what you recall is the shock of hearing for the first time that he could be in a marked police car. Yeah. So did anyone update you on the fact that there was actually a shooting victim that survived an attempt on his life and that of his partner's life on Orchard Drive, and that this person had actually firsthand contact with the perpetrator?
Something tells me I did know about that. I can't say exactly what I was told about it, but I do recall that.
Okay. And because I was surprised to hear from Staff Sergeant West that he didn't actually hear about that until 6 or 6:30 the next morning on the 19th. So this is an interaction that occurred at 10:28 PM on Orchard Beach Drive, and he didn't hear about it until the next morning at 6:30. So that's why I was asking you if you heard about that
Yeah, you understand, I didn't arrive to the office until 7.
6. Yes, sorry.
So I didn't work the night before. I didn't hear about it then. I would have heard about it after I got to work at 7.
Okay.
If I was, and I'm just going, I believe I was told about somebody surviving it. I do recall that.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't have been before I arrived at the office anyway.
Right, it wasn't part of your 6 a.m. briefing on the phone when you were on the road and on the phone with Staff Sergeant Rayhill?
No, it was a very brief call. It gave me the details of what they had and that they were looking for 3 vehicles.
Yeah.
We chatted about Versadex and I said I'd look into it.
Yeah.
And then I just kept going, so.
Yeah. Did you have your radio on while you were making the commute out to the OCC?
My radio in the
comms
vehicle?
channel, like the Colchester comms
I don't have a
station.
work car.
Oh,
So
see.
I was driving in my personal vehicle in there, so I never had a radio in my car to go drive in.
So no portable radio either
No.
Okay. So the information that you relied on to sort of get up to speed was Ray Hill's briefing and the CAD logs. Is that the written record of information obtained throughout the night? Is that?
Whatever's typed in there is the written record. I don't know if Staff Sergeant Rehill would have typed everything he did with regards to that. It all depends what you entered in there. I can tell you when I got in at 7, if you found anything of mine written into that CAD log, I'd say, okay, I did that, but it wasn't very much. Most of my notes, and it's very rarely done, were done in handwritten notes, scribbling pages, because I didn't have the luxury to go back and type into that CAD log. So I don't know what else would have been in there or what might not have been in there because there was a lot to take in when I got in at 7 a.m. and there's a lot to kind of catch up to. So I might have went back and read it, but I don't know if everything was entered in there as it would normally happen in most files. So.
Yes, and we do have the CAD activity logs that we can look
Okay.
at. So I guess my question is just so I have a better understanding of what you knew arriving at work and after looking at whatever written reports were available. So it would be, what would be available to you as a risk manager would be your briefing, your oral briefing from the previous risk manager, and then the CAD logs? Is that?
Yes, correct.
So,
Yeah.
so that
That would be the normal process. Yeah. Catalogs and if the dispatchers had any other comments that they wanted to bring forward to me. So
and how would they bring those comments forward?
just tell
to
me,
you?
or they might send internal messages. You can do that.
Yeah, okay.
But that early in the day, everybody would have been changed at the same time. And some people would have been there carried over from the night. And so it would have been probably by verbal if anything like that was exchanged.
Right.
And in most cases, it would be verbally that sent it on to me.
So with respect, I'll go back to the police car, the cop car that the perpetrator was operating. So that was a later reveal for you that he was operating a police car.
Correct.
I just want to ask you, I want to go back to one of your comments about the fact that the call sign was, I think you said, the only distinguishable trait about the vehicle, and as such, it would look like many of the other cars on the road, and it may cause some panic if you just issued an alert or a notice about the.
That was my belief, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's a fair. Now, I'm just wondering, because we did hear like some evidence from Constable Fahey, for example, that looked at that same 727 picture and was able to observe a push bar sticking out at the end. Did anyone talk about a push bar on the vehicle and that may be a distinctive feature of the vehicle?
So I've listened, I shouldn't say I've listened to, I've never listened to any of my recordings or any of the transcripts. I've read the transcripts of the police logs.
Yeah, take your time, sir, if you want to grab some water too.
This is the point of issue for me. There was 2 people, 2 officers that mentioned that. I've asked DOJ lawyers, I've asked MVF lawyers how they know it. They spotted it. And when I listen back, I'm sorry. When I read back on the transcripts, there's 2 officers that comment about that push bar. One's on the Colchester I think it was somewhere around the Wentworth shooting. And there's another member later on. On East Hits, I mentioned it. I didn't hear it either time. I wish this is one of those regrets. If that had been pointed out, told to me, then we could have did an all radio broadcast. Gave members heads up. Because if we have any cars, and I don't think we do, on the road, we could have pulled them off. And it would have made a big difference because Constable McDonald would have had a heads up when he drove onto that vehicle. He saw the push bar in Wentworth. And from that point forward, we don't know how things could have changed. Because it only takes one difference. I have to live with that. And I've lived with it for 2+ years. There's other members that have to live with that same thing for 2+ years. It's not an easy thing to have to, I didn't know it. I didn't see it. And if they, I'm not blaming anybody. They might have been wrong too. It might not have been a push bump, or at the end we might have been looking for something that wasn't there. It was. But I wish if that had been out, we could have put an announcement up there in regards to this. Everybody, make sure you're looking for the vehicle you're looking for has a push bar in the front. And Constable McDonald, he saw the vehicle travel past him, but he didn't catch it till he actually went past him, and then the guy smiled at him, is what I remember reading in that transcript. Well, you could see this black bar from the front very clearly, and what he would have had, as long as along the line of sight, is to give him a heads up to kind of register it, figure out what's going on, and from that point decide how to engage. It wasn't heard. 2 people did say it.
Thank you so much, Staff Sergeant. I'm just going to leave it this way with you. If you feel like you want to break, you just let us know.
No, that's fine. No, thank you. Sorry.
No need to be sorry. You just, if you want to break, you can have it. And if you want to keep going, you can keep going.
I'm fine.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant, for your candor, and I'm very sorry for your loss.
No. I live with that every day, sir.
But just so you know where I'm coming from.
Yep.
Where I'm coming from is my concern that if there was an active shooter in Nova Scotia tomorrow, I don't know what systems are in place to make sure that the information that's obtained early on, and that there's continuity in the flow of that information. So that's really what I'm trying to get at, is I'm just picking different pieces of information that didn't seem to make its way through the chain.
Yeah.
Like, for example, the Lisa Banfield, the fact that she emerged from the woods at 6:30, and unfortunately you weren't even apprised of that until 7:30?
Might even be a little later than that.
Might have even been later. So that's an hour. You as risk manager are not even aware of that important details.
Yeah.
So what I want to do is I just want to bring up a CAD file for,
Sure.
I'll use Glenholm, 28, sorry, I won't say the address. We'll keep that protected for their privacy, but it's a Glenholm address. It's where the perpetrator was observed at roughly 9:50 that morning, and that's part of the exchange. And I want to look at just the content that is noted in the CAD files and to see what you as a risk manager are actually seeing. So, and just to back up though, like I understand from your earlier comments that, for example, you're not hearing the 911 calls. Staff Sergeant, are you, when the calls are coming
They're on
in?
the different side of the suite.
Okay, when it was at its old location, but that's since changed?
Yes, so the way the setup is now, if you haven't seen it, let's use this as an example. That side of the room would be call take. The risk manager would sit where the TV monitors are. And then this side, the whole section is dispatch. And then so call take is divided on the tables over there, and then dispatch. And the risk manager and the supervisor for the OCC kind of sit up on a podium above those two areas, and you can, with TV screens and such around. So it's I guess good and bad. I mean, sometimes there's too much chatter when you have a whole bunch of, I mean, the 911 can get very erratic and very crazy. So sometimes it can be a bit problematic, but overall you have a better understanding of, you can hear the calls coming in because you can hear one side of the conversation, not both sides, but one side. So you almost have like a preview of where the file is going to go and what's necessary on that file. So does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you. And just so I'll start there at the call taking process. So I understand from other evidence that there is a way you can actually listen to the entry of the 911 call, but what I'm hearing is that it's just not something that's normally done.
I've never listened to not in 3.5, 4 years, almost 4 years I was there. I never ever listened to 911. I could go over there and sit with them and sit, but I've never done it. No.
Would it be the technology or would it just be, so why would that be the case?
It's above my understanding of it. It's not my knowledge base on that. So,
yeah. And I'm just wondering, like in a case where, for example, if someone's wondering about whether it's a mental health call, if it may help to be able to go back and listen to the actual 911 call.
Oh, can you listen to it?
Yes.
Oh, yes, there is a means to go back and replay them. Yes, all those lines are recorded, so there is a means to go back and do it. I don't have access, I don't have the codes to do it, but I could ask one of the dispatchers, the supervisor, to go back and play it. Yes, for sure.
Okay.
I mean, I misunderstood you there. My apologies.
Yep. That's fine. So what I'm suggesting is that perhaps it would be helpful as part of what recommendations participants may make to the commissioners for their consideration, though, that perhaps listening to 911 calls, having the ease of use, ease of access when issues such as mental health are being questioned, to be able to go back and listen conveniently, easily to the 911 call. Do you think that would be of something of assistance?
As long as time avails itself,
Right.
So if you look at what would have been going, I'll use the night before. I wasn't there, so I have no idea exactly but I can just imagine it would be a very busy time for myself, for Staff Sergeant Rehill to go over and start listening to 911 calls when there's a lot of other things that have to be done. Now, is it important to do? Yeah, it'd be good to get it kind of straightened away and look at that, but in the big scheme of things, I'm just going, I'm also being the devil's advocate to what you're saying, is that you also have to have the time and luxury to do that. It still takes you away from doing other things. And if you're there by yourself, then it can be a problem.
I guess my point is that it might help alleviate some concerns, for example, that it's a nuisance call as opposed to a real call requiring police assistance. That was my thought.
And the dispatchers and call takers, and I say dispatch because that's how they call themselves, but they can go in and access those things, and they often go back in and listen to it to see if they missed something and play it. So it can be done. I didn't do it. I normally relied on others to do that for me, because if you had to have, unless it's used and it's something all the time, it's something that you're not comfortable with. So it was easier to get one of the supervisors or whoever was on that call taker dispatch channel to go back and play it to you. I have done that before, so on recordings, to see if I could pick out a name or a phone number, or whatever the circumstances are. So, but it is important to understand the information coming in, for sure.
Okay. So, Madam Registrar, if we can pull 36244, and we'll just please put the parts that don't compromise the occupant's privacy.
And commissioners, that hasn't been marked as an exhibit.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just above the subject line, so this is the Glenholm Highway 4 CAD report that was created. So with this, and I'm just using this as an example because you were on as risk manager at the time, and just to get a better sense of how information is being collected and disseminated. So this is what you're receiving by way of information from the call taker or dispatch?
Yeah, it wouldn't look like that on the CAD screen, but probably in all, that's what they're covering off when they do these complaints come in. So.
Okay, so for example, we know just, and because we have the benefit also of looking at the 911 tapes as well. So we know from the 911 tapes that that it wasn't just subject to complaint in a marked car in her yard, but that there was information about the fact that the person, the subject, was actually in a police uniform. And there were further, what I would suggest, relevant particulars. So is that, so I'm just confirming the information that you're obtaining.
I would have heard that he had a uniform on in a marked vehicle on that call. So.
Okay.
I remember that on the radio
okay.
dispatch.
Oh, you would have heard that from the comms itself?
From the comms, yeah.
Okay, I'd have to look at the comms. I don't know if the uniform part was in the comms itself.
And maybe I'm wrong too on that, but I remember hearing about the car, the marked vehicle. He had a gun with him. I want to say there was a uniform. My memory is that there was mention of a uniform, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, so here's my point. So let's say you go off shift. Next risk manager assumes control. This is one of 100 details that, let's say, you don't update the risk manager on this particular incident.
Sure.
So the risk manager goes and sees the CAD file and sees subject to complaint in marked car in her yard. And if the risk manager didn't have the comms on, wouldn't have known the other information about what you're suggesting you heard, which is the uniform and so on. So my question is there ways to improve the written record to help the dissemination of information?
I'd have to see that. This does not look like a normal CAD event to me in how this is laid out there. So I'd have to, if this doesn't look how I would normally see it with the classification, name, subject. If there was information like that, it should be passed on mouth to mouth or written down in regards to something on that.
In the CAD file? Written down in the CAD file?
Now, again, it all goes to time. So if it's not written, if normally the dispatcher is constantly typing into these CAD events, so the initial reception of that document or that call, especially in this particular case, because of the nature of the gunshot just before this, or murder just before this, so they're getting that call over to dispatch in order to get members moving on that story. But they can still add. I can still type into that CAD event real time as it's going through the course of being dispatched. And so I would hope that they would continue to update that within that CAD event or via word of mouth through the dispatcher, or the call taker tell the dispatcher he's also got a uniform, and that be added on. The dispatchers are exceptionally well at typing. They're very good typists and they can keep up to that. I'm not the greatest typist, so I'm a peck and hunt and peck on it some ways, but I'm quick. But these ladies and guys are very quick with regards to it, and they normally update the file religiously as part of their training. So if that's the only thing typed on there, I'm surprised I wouldn't see more updates after that fact. So it should be updated on there, and the dispatchers are normally very good at updating it. It's not necessarily the risk managers that would update that. That would be their role as they're going through, they're listening, they're typing as they're listening. So
Yeah.
is there a better way to do it than that? No, it's like real time typing on the file. I'm saying I won't go back to the 10 o'clock one and start entering notes on it because it's labor intensive to go back to 10 o'clock to add on the CAD. I can go into the pros event and add a Supt report and add that right in there right away, like a supplementary report, I should say. And I can do that, but to go back and add typing as I'm going, it's just not conducive to making things flow and still receiving the information that's coming in at the same time this is coming in.
So how do you make sure that your successor has the same information that you have if it's not written down?
Well, I wouldn't rely on the whole CAD event as my gospel. I'd make sure that was passed on. If I was looking for a guy with a marked vehicle and a uniform, whoever replaced me would be told, we're looking for a guy with a marked vehicle and a uniform on, a police uniform.
So through oral communication, is it?
Or email if we're meeting, I mean, nobody's going to leave the office if this is on the go in regards until you have a conversation about it. So this information, I would never leave without making sure somebody had that information if it was me working in as a risk manager to that. The CAT event is a great thing to have for information, but it's not everything. I mean, you still have to, we're in the dispatch center. We don't see everything that happens out on the road either. So you're only told what you're told. Doesn't mean that members out on the road in their police cars don't have more information that we're just not privy to because they may not have said it on the radio or told anybody. So you're always going to have a little disconnect in things. But the way that the dispatchers enter this information on the CAT event, they normally enter pretty well everything the person's saying, they type in it as they're going with it in relation to that. So I don't know if that helps answer that or not, but
Yes, that's fine.
it's kind of my understanding of it. So.
Thanks. I'll move on. Thank you for your answers on that. Question just about you had indicated, I believe that this is the first time you've seen a patch applied to the comms channels?
No.
Oh, no?
All
Okay.
channels patched together.
Sorry, that's what I mean, all channels patched together. And my question is simply, how did it work? How did you find the patching work as a response to a mass casualty?
So
event?
in my time working as a risk manager, it happens all the time where you might patch East Hants and Colchester because they're working on a common thing, either in the border of East Hants or the border of Colchester County. So it happens all the time with detachments. They're doing it the whole geographic province. I've never seen that. I'm saying they can do it, yes, but it worked well, but you can't leave it open like that all the time because of too many people then having access to a radio channel then. So.
And finally, my final question is just about scene containment after this mass casualty event. So would that still be, would scene containment after a mass casualty event be an objective?
You're asking me in relation to that?
Yes, scene containment of a site, of a crime scene after.
I don't know if that's for me to answer in relation to that. Like, scene containment's important in every incident. So it's, but is that something that's who's looking at? Is it I'm looking at, or is it someone else? Or
Yeah, well, perhaps I'll just give you some actual facts, and I'll tell you exactly what the concern is of the Bond family. So on April 19th, after this event, roughly 3 o'clock, we received photographs from someone that was able to drive down Brown Loop. So 3 p.m. on the 19th, this is before the bonds were discovered on Cobequid Court. And I provided them to the commission, but they could drive down Brown Loop, and they actually took a picture of the Blueberry Field Road, which would be the way to access Cobequid Court. So the family was very concerned that this to them meant that there was not scene containment before their parents were actually discovered. So that's why I had a general question to you about scene containment, and perhaps if you have knowledge about scene containment after this event in Portapique itself, you could use that knowledge to answer this question.
yeah, it wasn't my responsibility for scene containment in relation to this file. So I can't answer that question for you. I wouldn't know what was happening at Portapique for scene containment.
Who would that question be for, do you think?
Whoever was at Portapique and supervising that site. I mean, everybody was assigned different locations, I'm assuming from that. But again, I'd never had any involvement with scene containment. I'd move people around and send them to areas, but it wasn't my responsibility to oversee scene containment. It could be major crime or whatever.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your time.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Ms. Lana.
Good afternoon, Staff Sergeant Rayhill. Sorry, Briers. My name is Jane Lenihan, and I represent the Goulet family. I just have 2 questions, and it might help to refer to your statement, page 57. So I think down the bottom half of the page, please. So I just want to ask you about Versadex and PROS. So they're both police records management software, correct?
Correct.
And do I understand it correctly that we use two in the province? We use PROS outside of HRM, and Versadex is HRP and Halifax RCMP, is that correct?
And there's another version of Versadex down in Cape Breton Regional Police Services area. I don't think it's called Versadex. But it's another version of a Versadex program. I don't know if it's Prime or
All
someone
right.
else can correct me on that. But
So we have 3 software programs for police.
to my
record-
knowledge, yeah.
Okay, in this province. So you seem to be expressing some frustration in your interview that as a risk manager, you don't have access to both. You have to call Halifax and get them to access Versadex.
So you can, and I think I probably said this in this interview, you can get certain parts of Versadex. If I search a name, I can get certain parts of a file. I can't get the whole file. It's the same as them. If HRP or RCMP in the city that doesn't have pros, they can search a name. They'll get the front end of a file, but they won't get all the details and the connectors to that file. You have to call and ask for that information. So yes, since I got there in 2017, I was an advocate to have Versadex. Did I? No, I don't have my hands there. I had to get Versadex on the risk manager's computer. Reason being is that it's a great database. The people that do crimes in Halifax don't stay in Halifax, they travel, and vice versa. So I don't see why we wouldn't have access to that database, which has pictures, records of people. They have connectors of individuals, because in the risk manager role, knowledge is very beneficial. And so the more information you have, why wouldn't you have it? It's totally logical in this day and age that we wouldn't operate either on the same system or have access to the other system directly.
So for the purposes of this commission, then, is the ideal solution that the risk managers can access both, or that we just have one system that everybody uses?
Well, I can't answer that second part of that right there, because that's, now I know, see, I've been gone since May, so I can't say definitively. I know it was being moved ahead with getting Versadex provided to the risk managers. I just can't say if we have it or they have it yet. But I was a proponent of it, getting it since I got on that unit in 2017, because I could see the value for it. It's a good program, easy to use, and it gives you lots of people that you can check on, and you can check on real time. I don't have to make a phone call. I don't have to wait for someone to get back to me with the information. So, but the second part of that, go to one program that everybody, that's, I can't answer that. They didn't do it in the first place, so I'm not sure what's going to change that down the road. But
I'm just wondering, from a user's perspective, do you think it would be better just to have one system in the province? I'm not asking you as a decision maker. I'm just saying, if you had your ideal situation as a risk manager, would there be one system?
yes.
Okay. The other question I wanted to ask you relates to the comment that you've made a number of times, both in your statement, and I was referring to about the middle of the page on page 43, and you mentioned it again today, that on April 19th, 2020, as a risk manager, you felt that it was like drinking through a fire hose.
Correct.
In terms of the information coming in, I assume, about this entire incident.
Yeah, from start of getting to the call to once I got to the office, the phones and the radios never stopped ringing. I had times I had 3 phones ringing: the work phone, the desk phone, and my risk manager cell phone. So it's yeah, it was a busy day.
It sounds like it was quite chaotic.
Yes, yeah.
So 2 years on, after what I'm sure has been an awful lot of reflection, do you have any suggestions or solutions in terms of better information dissemination and flow to the people who needed it? I know that's a big question, so.
Yeah, it is a big question. I feel I provided the information that I got in a timely manner to the people that needed that information. I can't speak for others because I wasn't there. It's easy to judge as to things, why stuff, maybe information didn't get shared. I'll use an example. There was internal messages that were sent to me that I never had the opportunity to read. So within the kids system, there's an email that's outside of it, but there's also internal messages that I had the internal messages sent to me that I never had the luxury to go read till post him being killed. And some of them would have been beneficial to know beforehand, and some of them would have been of no consequence. But I can tell you the biggest thing that is, if people have information, it's too late to call after the bad incident happens. You somehow got to figure out how to get the courage to call before this guy got on the go. Because there's lots of things that people want to tell us once he started killing everybody. But some of those things would have been nice to know the day before, 2 days before, a week before, when he took $500,000 out of his account. And people were concerned. Now, I'm judging again, but it's easy for me to say that for people that are close to that fella, that unless somebody does something with him, that he's going to cause some problems for them. And so that's the dilemma that they would be in. So it's not easy to get bad people off the street that are really truly bad individuals. Unless they really do bad things, they get themselves in a lot of trouble. And so when they get out, they're going to cause problems for them. So I imagine a lot of people didn't say anything because of that fear. But that's where it starts. It starts from day one, from the people that knew what he had and didn't do anything about it. And we talked about earlier about the police car. I didn't think it was possible for someone to acquire a fully marked police car. That took a long time to register that with me, to figure out that even was possible. I didn't know how it could happen. But I can tell you, I worked in the police force for 32 years. In Halifax, I can count on, in the last 18 years, less than 5 times I took a police car home, a marked unit. I don't want them in my yard. For people to know that he had a marked car and not tell anybody, that's huge. And most of my neighbors don't know what I do for a living unless they know me. So why would you want a police car? So I'm going off topic for you, but
No, it's okay.
the information starts from well before the police got involved. And then if the critical incident command, my job is to make sure they have the information they have to make for the decisions they're going to do. And so not everything has to come back to the risk manager unless it's coming back to me to do something on that. So that's, is there a way to fix that? No, because we got humans involved in this process and there's no way to easily convey information. This particular case, we were close to where the OCC was, but it could be in Shetty Camp the next time, and so we're a long distance away. You have to rely on the people that are down that way to kind of make the decisions on those things, and hopefully the information that's necessary for if I need to help them with something gets that back to me. So, does that answer it, I guess, or
I think so.
way off the script? But sorry, let's apologize.
That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lana. Ms. Mancini?
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. I believe there is one question of redirect from NPF. However, just as one housekeeping note, I think I should ask to mark and tender the document that was put to Staff Sergeant Briers by my friend, Mr. Bryson. That was COM 0036244. I wonder if we could exhibit that.
That would be Exhibit 1623.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Najalan?
I'm sorry for the logistics there. Staff Sergeant Briers, my friend Mr. Bryson asked you a question about the CAD log in respect of a particular incident, and I believe that you told him that the document that you saw on the screen didn't resemble what you would have seen at the time. It's just something I would like to clear up. So I'm going to ask the registrar to bring forward COM number 3717, and I've forgotten the exhibit number. She already just told me. I'm sorry, Madam Registrar. 1471, exhibit 1471. I wonder if we can, Madam Registrar, just scroll right to the top of this document. I think there's something visible above that.
Excuse me, Commissioners, I believe there's an address that shouldn't be shown on the screen.
Oh,
at the
I'm
top.
sorry. That's the reason. Okay. My apologies. Just taking a look at this document, Staff Sergeant Briers, does this more closely resemble the type of information that you would see yourself?
Not really. So I'm assuming, and this looks like it came off the pros side of the CAD event.
Okay.
So there would be, it kind of explains that how this vehicle 2 Alpha 3 was dispatched at such and such, but there's a running narrative that you can put within that.
Yeah. So Madam Registrar, can I ask you to scroll to the very end of the document on page 5?
There, okay.
It's an issue again with the address. If we start at the bottom of page 4, I think it's okay. I'm sorry, I didn't anticipate this issue. This is on this, it's all through. Okay. Well, I'm not sure. This is an exhibit. It's on the website. It's been exhibited in this format. I'm not sure what the.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Najan.
Just looking for some direction as to how to deal with this issue. I'm looking on my screen at the version of the document that's currently posted on the Commission website.
You're looking at a public-facing document?
I am.
Okay, go right ahead then.
But I'd like to show the witness the document, I suppose is the
Yes.
issue. Okay, I may do that. Thank you, Madam Registrar. Starting from page 5. Thank you. So does this resemble the running narrative that you've just mentioned?
Yes, yeah.
And I understand that there's different components to the narrative that we see. I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that we're looking at, it runs up in chronological order. So there's a timestamp at the beginning.
Yeah, on the CAD, it runs the other direction, but this is a the back end of the pros file that would show how the event.
So with
unfolded.
respect to the call, there were 2 calls, I understand, from Glenholm. Is that what you remember as
My
well?
memory is that there was 2. I think they created 2 CAD events, if that sounds right too, now that you mentioned
So
it.
there would have been 2 call takers receiving that information on the 2 calls?
I can't say for sure of that, but possibly there would be 2 call takers. Yes, there would be. If depending if they called the same, if they called the same time, there would definitely would be. They may not know the other person's taking the call.
And is the call taker's name what we see there under user?
Yes, so that would be dispatcher, I believe, Sherry Dwaran.
Okay. And if we scroll up, Madam
S.
Registrar,
Dwaran is the user there, yeah.
I start to see here, if I'm looking, I'd just like to see the bottom half of the page, Madam Registrar, just from the bottom. Yeah, thank you so much. If we start from the bottom, we see Ms. Dwaran's name, Move up. I see another user at 9:50 and 59 seconds, NJOYC. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, can you stop scrolling? I'll just deal with what's on the screen. Thanks so much.
So I'm terrible with names, but I believe that's Nathan Joyce. But it is a different, if it is, now I believe he was on dispatch because he would have been a newer dispatcher if I'm correct with the name there. I don't know last names very well. There's a lot of people to remember there. So.
And as I'm looking at this document, I believe you told my friend that you had heard about a police uniform at some point during this event.
Yes.
And I'm looking here at 9:50:59. Is that the information that would have been available to you at the time?
It would have been what would have been broadcast over the radio in regards to that.
And that's SOC dressed in police outfit?
Yeah.
And is this what would be available to you as a risk manager, this narrative in respect of the Glenholm call?
If I was to read it, but I remember hearing it at the time, so it wouldn't have been necessary to go back and read it afterwards. Because that side, it's in the call, it's in the dispatch, so it's right across from me. Like that's the person that's dealing with that is right across from me at the table. So.
And I believe the question that was asked to you by my friend was about what would be available to the next risk manager in respect of this call, if they had to call it up.
Yes.
So the document that you had looked at with Mr. Bryson wasn't what you would have been available to you, but is this the information? You saying this is on the pros side, but the same information would have been
whatever
available
happens
from
on the
CAD?
pro, whatever's typed in on the CAD side goes over to pros at the other when it's transferred over.
So just so I'm clear, you were asked earlier what information would have been available in respect of this call to the next risk manager, how that information would be transmitted. Fair to say that this information would be available?
For sure, you can go back and read it, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Mancini?
Thank you, Commissioners. Those are the questions for this witness today. That would conclude the witness's participation.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you. And thank you, Staff Sergeant Briers. Really appreciate you sharing with us today. And I know that there's a lot of pain points in your recall of the event. So we really appreciate your work. Some of the questions I have are just points of clarification from what I heard today. And some of them I'll be asking you just kind of with the forward-looking lens, the things that you might be able to help us think about going forward in terms of improvements and recommendations. I understood from earlier going into the risk manager's job that there is no formal training for that particular role. There isn't a course you have to take to pass, or
not that I'm aware of. No.
But I understand the accumulation of courses over your career and your experience would position you for risk manager.
No, I think someone asked me, was that ICIR course, that initial critical incident response, that may be a prerequisite to there. I'm not 100% sure. Okay. I already had it, so it wasn't something I needed to acquire. So. Okay. Great, thank you. And I ask this just with the forward-looking lens. When you transitioned into that role, was there any type of job shadowing with the predecessor to kind of get you accustomed to that? There was. I said a couple of days, but it was probably 3 or 4 days. I worked a block of shifts with him and in relation to the person I was replacing. So it worked out well because it is the longer you're there, the better at you get at that particular job, because it's you understand the systems, you understand the policies that you can access and where to find things, and knowing where to find things is huge to help the members on the front line that way. So,
thank you. You had mentioned, and these are a little scattered back and forth based on the questions, so bear with me as I go from one topic to another. You had mentioned at one point that you usually do some form of an end of shift report that goes out to supervisors that they can share with members on the road and can also go to managers.
Correct.
Is there a specific, and you may have already answered this, but is there a specific form or report, or is it, more informal by way of email, phone call, verbal face-to-face and passing?
No, so it's an email, so it's a PDF document. We call it the risk manager shift report, so we'll cover the period of that day. So from 7 a.m. till 7 a.m. the next day, or depending on what time the risk manager went off. And it's sent via email to all upper management, all district line officers, like anybody for, let's say, the superintendent that's in charge of Colchester County, the inspector, the 2 DANCOs, the 2 district NCOs, as well as every NCO, I say NCO, sergeant or staff sergeant. I usually said if I knew, for me, I don't know if it's a process, but if I saw Corporal John Smith was working in Colchester on Friday night and I was doing the report on Saturday morning at 7 before I went home, I would include Corporal John Smith on that risk management report, because it's him that I'm directly reporting on if it's a file that came into Colchester County on that night. So I try to include the corporals into that report as well. Goes to media, it goes to there's a lot of people that get that file, that report now. The Halifax watch commanders have access to that report. Maybe the supervisors out of Halifax as well. Not all supervisors at Halifax would get it probably. Media, polygraph section gets it now. Fed sections that deal with, I shouldn't say Fed section, provincial sections like ICE, child porn, some of them would get that report. If it's anything contained within the file that's relevant to a certain section, they often were included in that report, because at least they'd have a little bit of a heads up that there was something coming to them, or they may want to have involvement in.
Okay, and is that a standard practice across the province with all risk managers, or is that your own personal?
No, everybody, every day at the end of the shift, a risk manager shift report goes out.
So that would serve as a form of a briefing.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And on certain files, like so domestics had to go on, there's missing persons, sudden deaths, and then other files of significant sexual assaults. If there was an armed robbery, that would go on there. There's something that may garner some press. Serious motor vehicle accident where there was a fatal and roads were closed. Wasn't everything that happened overnight, but it was a lot, like a good snapshot of the more serious things that can be problematic. So
Thank you. I understood you to say that as a risk manager, you fill a number of roles, mentoring, advice, resources, and fill in when there's an absence of supervisor on the road, a road supervisor out in the field. And I'm asking you for an estimation, which I'm not sure is fair or not. So in your best recollection, is it often that the members don't have a road supervisor and that responsibility falls to the risk manager?
So are we talking Monday to Friday, 8 to 4, or are we talking every other time other than that, or all the time? So it's a tough question to answer because of the logistics. So with the district policing, so let's use Lunenburg as an example. Lunenburg has a staff sergeant, 2 sergeants, and if everything's up to strength, 4 corporals. So each watch has a corporal. Now, if the corporal's off for vacation, more often than not, one of the other senior members or the constables there would be told that they're the team leader, the acting supervisor for that area. So that necessarily, let's say on a Friday night you have, or a Saturday night, you have normally to be a corporal and 5 or 6 constables in the Lunenburg County. There may be 5 or 6 constables and no corporal, but one of them is acting as a team lead. So does that mean I have to get involved as a risk manager in everything they're dealing with? No. they can handle whatever they need to handle. And if they have a question, they can ask for direction on it. Or if I hear of something that's happening, I'll listen and see if there's something I need to get involved in. We don't normally step in unless there's something that maybe some direction maybe needed added to it, or they call for direction. So did you ask me how often is there nobody? Oh man, that's a tough question. So the district concept, it's a lot less likely to happen because Yarmouth has a supervisor, but it all depends on how many supervisors. Like I'll say New Minas, very rarely do they not have some corporal on in the nighttime, like a supervisor. But in Meteghan, there's a sergeant and a corporal, and they're not working 24/7. So there's often that you have nobody that's a supervisor there. But so they may call, or they may go to Yarmouth County and ask for direction if there's a supervisor working there. They may not necessarily come to the risk manager for their direction on something. So it's way too complicated of a file. We don't have to get involved in everything that's going on. We just get involved if there's a need to get involved in something that's happening to it. And it's another safeguard for the members because we take the responsibility off them. Once we're told about it, we inherit it. And so we can protect them to some degree. If we make the bad decision, then it's not ultimately them, it happens to one of us. So.
Just on this topic, when you have somebody in an acting position, to your knowledge, do they have any type of training or prerequisite that they need to fill an acting role? Or is it just kind of based on seniority, experience?
Yeah, it all depends. It's each case is different. Some officers that are constables have 30 years service and been around the block a long time. So having chevrons or having corporal, sergeant, or staff sergeant doesn't make you the ultimately the real knowledge person. There's lots of constables that have that ability as well. And that's why I said when I went on to look at the board on that CAD screen, I could see who was working. And so it doesn't take long to figure it out. Because with polygraph, the luxury is I travel the province a lot as polygraph and as a risk manager. I don't travel anymore, but I know people because of, and you can see how things unfold. And so you have a little better of confidence. There's lots of constables that I've worked and oversaw as a risk manager that they don't need my help and guide them on that. But if they do, then they can ask for it, or I can offer it if I think it's needed. So.
Thank you. Springboarding from a question from Ms. Lenahan, one that I had written down is relative to Versadex and PORS. And I think you alluded to it in your answer that the RCMP can access some of the Versadex files with HRP.
Yes.
But it only gets you so far into the file. So would that be through the police information portal?
Yeah, that PIP portal. So I can even access, so in BC, they have Prime as it's a Versadex program to some degree, but so it's a little different. But I can access, if I run a name, I can get parts of it. But it's you can see parts of the initial part of the file, but you don't see the file. You don't see the connectors. Okay. You don't see all the other information that you can glean from it if you have the file. And no different if HRP wants to, or if you don't have, if you're not an integrated unit where they don't have both computers, or both systems, then you only can get one as well. They'd be in the same hoop that they can get some of the file, but you can't get pictures, you can't get everything else that's associated to that. It doesn't give you a full picture of that individual if you.
So that extra step that you took in picking up the phone and calling is a huge benefit in a circumstance like that, to get that.
In that particular day, it probably didn't mean anything because the information wasn't that beneficial and it was way after the fact. Okay. There was one of the files that was in there that you could tell there's an issue, like it was the HRP parking file, and like it was bizarre. It's bizarre behavior. More normal human doesn't do that in a business person type of thing. The file that I read, I'm referring to. Okay. So would it have changed the course of anything? Probably not. But I'm a firm believer if there's information out there, it should be at the person's hand that can best use it. in that particular role as a risk manager, like I like to have more information, especially when you get the pictures, like because they have access to pictures that we wouldn't have, and vice versa because of pros. They don't exchange that. You can't get that on a PIP. So,
Okay, thank you. The next question I have, and I'm sorry to ask you to revisit an obvious pain
Sure.
point for you, but I couldn't quite hear your answer when you were talking about the push bar.
yes.
And unless it was captured on the transcript or my fellow commissioners heard it, what I thought I heard you say was that there were 2 officers that had mentioned it, and had it been broadcast or shared, any other car in the province with a push bar could have been pulled off. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, so, and this is from reading the transcripts after the fact, this time last year, I give or take. There was a member in Colchester that I remember hearing talk about it on that channel, and a while later, it was around the time that he would have already been out of Wentworth to Burt. I heard another East Hand, I shouldn't say that, I read another East Hands member talking about it. And if somebody had, if that had been commented, if I had known that, I said I could have had an all channel broadcast and said, if anybody has a vehicle that has a push bar on it, I don't think we do. If we do, it would be very, like literally 1 or 2. They'd have to be old Crown Vics, and I'm talking the big vehicles. So there may be a highway car somewhere but we could easily have that removed from the road if I hadn't known that at the time. This is, again, not at the time. I had no knowledge of the push bar. I didn't see that in that picture. But people that saw that vehicle knew there was a push bar, but it was never conveyed to me. And if it had been, I wish I had done that. It changed a lot.
Thank you, and I appreciate you going back over that ground for us. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stanton has no questions, and I have no questions for you, but I do want to thank you. You know, Staff Sergeant Briers, we're dealing with difficult work, and that involves very difficult conversations, and with the goal of making Nova Scotians and Canadians safer. So it's very much appreciated that you came here today and gave us the information you gave us, because it's all part of the important work we're doing, and we appreciate that. So thank you again, and you're free to go, sir.
Thank you.
So some closing remarks. We thank again Staff Sergeant Briers. Appreciate him speaking with us today about these details and answering our questions. Thank you, participants. Thank you, Participants Council, and to our Commission Council for assisting us today, as we heard from Staff Sergeant Briers. We note that some Participants Council chose not to participate today, and that's unfortunate, because we would have valued their input as we have on every other day of proceedings. We just heard from yet another senior RCMP witness, as we have heard from many. For 2 witnesses, Sergeant O'Brien and Staff Sergeant Rayhill, we have made accommodations, but we will still hear from them, get the information we require, and make it publicly available. As we said this morning, in attendance for this testimony will be us as commissioners, along with Commission Counsel, participants and their counsel who choose to attend, and accredited media. We are committed to our work and getting all the information. We are here to make recommendations to help prevent future mass casualties, and we must continue that very important work. We will continue to hear from additional senior RCMP officers involved in making command decisions, in addition to those already scheduled for this week. We will continue to hear from civilian and institutional witnesses as needed to provide more clarity about what happened and why, and to continue to hear submissions from participants about additional witnesses. Tomorrow, we will hear from Staff Sergeant Al Carroll, the District Commander for Colchester County, who will provide additional clarity around command decisions during the mass casualty. As always, a recording of today's proceedings will be available on our website. So we offer thank you to everyone, and we will see you here tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until May the 26th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Ooh, what is the name of the NPF lawyer? She really stepped in it. I hope somebody's grabbing these excerpts that I'm mentioning sometime. What a receipt volume this is all going to be over the last 2 years. You can download any episodes, by the way. Just in case they do, and re-upload them anyway. Oh, I'm good. She really stepped in it. Oops, 2 versions again, and she proved it. Ooh, that was a mistake. Natasha, right, Natasha. Yeah, she totally stepped in it. Todd likes her. I don't want to be judgmental because it's not mine. But if you've got stuff that you're going to be dragging around, like, secrets and things, the PTSD is just beginning. And I really, frankly, don't want to see anybody self-harming or doing any of that kind of, just having problems and having their families impacted from dishonesty or secret keeping or gatekeeping or whatever it is, like that's really going to hurt. And already there's 23, the victims of, the 23 families. Does anybody else need to be heard in this one? Frankly, I don't think so. So whilst I don't want to be too harsh on anybody in the story, equally, I think just kind of saying, well, that's what people have been doing for a long time. Just kind of saying, no, it affects you and it hurts you, and that's too bad. Just bear it all. Like, I think I have something in there. The truth shall set you free. Let the burden go. Please help the families. No more PTSD has to happen. I don't think I wonder if one of the commissioners wants to ask, what police forces in Nova Scotia currently want the RCMP? How about some other forces outside of Nova Scotia? How about if they're melting down internally? Because the good members, the ones that tell the truth, goldfish type comments. what was it? I was watching something the other day, totally and utterly ashamed. Maybe this is a time, I'm going to bring this article in here. It's all part of the bigger picture, which I will get to. There's all, you know, puzzle is very complicated. Because I want to show that, you know, things have, yeah. It's a very good article. And you're going to see a name I've spoken about a lot in the past. Okay. And when you do the right thing, it hurts badly. Yeah, this is it. CBC. Okay. He was in agony. Dead Mounties' friends blame the RCMP for betrayal. It's really quite tragic. And this is why it's a fine line to walk, okay, between, because at the end of the day, who's going to be the judge? Whatever you believe, whether you believe in God, a maker, a creator, karma, whatever, things are going to catch up to people. Bad. And nothing will get you out. No book deal, no money, no anything. He was in agony. Dead Mounties' friends blame RCMP for betrayal. Former RCMP spokeswoman Catherine Galliford. Anybody remember that name? I spoke about her before. Darren's ex. Says coroner's inquest can validate Pierre Lemaitre. Okay, there's Catherine. The necklace is symbolic, by the way. Catherine Galliford says she wanted to attend coroner's inquest into the death of her friend, Pierre Lemaitre, despite agoraphobia that has left her a virtual prisoner in her own home. Catherine Galliford says she has only left her house about 15 times in the past 2 years. The woman whose face was on the cover of every newspaper across the country after she broke the wall of silence about sexual harassment with the RCMP now has agoraphobia, fear of crowds. You can go back to the earlier episodes I did about that. She lives as a recluse in her northern BC home, imprisoned by internal demons. But Galliford promised herself she would come to the Lower Mainland and a coroner's inquest on the 20th floor of an office tower next to one of the busiest malls in the province this week to honor her friend, Pierre Lemaitre. I was really trying not to be here. Because I have a tremendous fear of leaving my house, Galliford said, as she stood by a bank of elevators at the foot of Metro Tower. But I thought, I need to do this for Pierre. And I need to do it for myself. Even if I could only do it on medication. I got here, and I did it for Pierre. I watched him go through hell. Galliford was the last witness to appear Tuesday in a day of dramatic testimony that centered on the impacts of policing, both in terms of the horrors RCMP members experience on the job and the way the force handles those traumas internally. Lemaitre died of self-inflicted wounds, 2013. There are reams of these. But it goes coast to coast, as some would say. But the seeds of for major depression and post-traumatic stress disorder were sown in tragedies he attended as an on-duty officer and administrative battles he fought as a media liaison. He was also a media liaison officer, as was Galliford, right? Of course, and he picked him stuff. Lemaitre was apparently devastated when he was prohibited from correcting initial information he gave to reporters about tasering of Robert Dzansky by 4 RCMP officers in the Vancouver International Airport, 2007. I'm not going to touch the YVR thing right now, but I will. Latoya Montague, a former civilian member of the Media Relations Unit, told the coroner's jury Lemaitre gave the public the facts the investigators gave him. And when it became apparent those details were at odds with reality, he knew what the public would think. I watched him go through hell, Montague said. He was in agony. It was just terrible. The single biggest institutional betrayal. She said Lemaitre heard a popular radio host describe him as an RCMP spin doctor. He saw his face on split screens along Dzansky's with the word Mountie Lies written in the captions beneath. This is why we have to be careful, but because it really takes its toll. All he wanted to do was tell the truth, she insisted. He was ostracized and shipped out to another unit, where he would later overhear an officer described him as redundant. It was the single biggest institutional betrayal I witnessed, said Montague. Like Galliford, Montague said she was determined to set the record straight. She appeared by Skype from the United States. She sobbed as she finished her testimony in a torrent of words. Quote, I blame 100% of this incident and his mistreatment for his suicide. There is no question he was being used as a scapegoat and being betrayed so fundamentally by the very people who he was told were his tribe. What? Heard this term somewhere? His family. And nowhere in this whole timeline, in the years that followed, did anyone responsible show any humility or apologize to him for destroying his career and his reputation and betraying him in this terrible way. It's not a normal job. Montague was medically discharged 2017, like Galliford, who is now retired. Oh, they ran her out. She has had her own public battles with the force. Both women filed lawsuits alleging sexual harassment. Galliford's was settled in 2016. I could go off on all of these. I will. Montague outburst drew a caution from the jury, or to the jury, from coroner Vincent Stancato. He reminded them that their job is to find facts as opposed to fault. They are also expected to make what? Recommendations accordingly. Sound familiar? To that end, 3 medical professionals all testified about their attempts to deal with the major depression and PTSD that turned Lemaitre from a kind, gentle, and sensitive soul, into a man consumed by rage, anger, and anxiety. Psychologist Georgia Lemetz described Lemaitre as a, quote, lovely man. But she said he was proud, also proud. Lemetz said the RCMP has become more responsive to PTSD in the years since his death, but support still varies from detachment to detachment and commander to commander. Oh, bye, CSE. Screw off, man. You guys really suck. Oh, you got a couple in here. Yeah, wow, good. All of you guys are getting blocked, but, you just come on with new accounts. Pretty cool, man. Pretty loser. Pretty transparent. Real loser. Anyway, moving along. Quote, I don't believe all is being done, she said. It is not a normal job, and recruits going in should not expect to have a normal life, and they should not expect to have that their usual coping skills will be sufficient to protect them. His name has actually been cleared. Galliford walked slowly to the stand after watching Montague's testimony dissolve into tears. Brave. She spoke deliberately about her experiences with Lemaitre, telling the jury he was, quote, a genuine kind person who was automatically garnered her trust. She detailed an incident in which he was transferred to the night shift after reporting a supervisor for sexual harassment. This is the force. This is what they do. You do the right thing, you're going to get spanked. It's interesting, she said. Pierre was transferred to some throwaway place, while the supervisor ended up near a detachment where he had a holiday home. Your reward. What? Shit. And that's because at the top? Oh, yeah. Testimony done. Galliford walked gingerly out of the inquest room and took the elevators down to a busy lobby. She wore a heart-shaped necklace and thought carefully before looking squarely into the television camera. I absolutely feel that this is giving him some validation, she said, and his name has actually been cleared. That's brave. That's bravery, But to put people into these positions where they are, and I could go into this more, but I won't. Oh, screw off, man. Really? Are you back again? Why does it keep popping up on my screen? Ooh, boy. They're really in here. They don't like this stuff, do they? Oh, no. And the ties. So this is why you have to be careful, because the PTSD is going to eat people. But when you stand up and you're like, no, gotta do the right thing, what happens? This is a beast, a true monster. Horror is not even a word that is an apt descriptor. Everybody is victims here except for a certain select few. All the rest of us, all the good, honest people, they get rushed out on mental discharge. You're crazy. What are you talking about? They literally do that all the time. Drive them to suicide, transfer them to some bunk thing, bust them down. Meanwhile, if you're doing garbage things, you get rewarded with promotions, speedy things. Move up the food chain. Because that's what they want to run. They force people to quit. Wouldn't trust a goldfish. Who said that? Dion? Wouldn't trust a goldfish. Wouldn't trust a goldfish. Now they're kicking people out. Great. Well, just sorry that it happened to you. Oh dear, it's been happening to a lot of people. A lot of people having a lot of problems. Messing with the numbers. I was doing some numbers calculation the other day. Very interesting. Very interesting. Subs on straight graphs. Wow. The machine. And I'm not talking here. Not good. Not good. These are our... I want to protect everybody in this story. I don't like to see anybody getting hurt. Because there's been enough hurt for decades with the rinse repeat garbage. Yeah, it's just the tech. We can't talk to each other. Get out of here. Come on. You know that's not true. The family. When's the family useful? I think families can talk? Even? No, they can't. Everything is pre-screened, put out through a statement through the RCMP. It is a horror show. But you're either part of the club or you're not part of the club. I think I've heard somebody's name. I'll be right back. Got a cold. She had lots more than Ty to do the right thing. And we were ashamed by the BC. And then moved all the white shirts down here. Well, moved quite a few. Quite a few. And they rally. They come back in different forms. Oh boy, I could go into that. And then write articles in the spin articles. Oh, please don't get rid of us, say they. I'm a consultant. And I'm telling you, if you get rid of us. Oh my God, the world will just totally implode. It's just warming up. We're just warming up. I feel for these members. I do. And if they're carting around water, I've seen a track record. And I know people who know a lot more about it than me. Thank you. Thank you, Rodier, for joining us. If you carry water for anybody and their secrets, lies take their toll. They do. And that's why I try to appeal on a psychological level, because they fight it. Mine comes from a place of just rational thinking. The truth sets you free. It does. You just let it go. And then our world hopefully gets better day by day by day. Anyway, God bless you all. God bless the 23. I really hope I see some protesters out there. And I would be deeply thankful for those that showed out outside of the MCC, with some kind of a placard on, because they can't fuck with that, can they? What are they going to do? Oh, that'll draw some media attention. Can't ignore it. Gonna arrest them? If somebody's got stuff out there that says, hey, you're forgetting certain members in here that are family members who've been very vocal equally, and yet have been doxxed and minions. I don't think there'll be a settlement if that got certified. There'll be a lot of discovery going all the way, and you'll get some truth. Strategy. I like to play chess. God bless you all. God bless the 23.